यमुना गंगा उज्जल चलति तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तब जयो गाता, जन गण मंगलदायक जय है भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय है, जय है, जय है, जय 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 है।
Thank you, everyone. I request you to kindly take your seats back. Ladies and gentlemen, namaskaram, and once again, a very, very warm welcome to all of you. Well, indeed, a pleasure to have intellects from different spheres of professions and field right now here with us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us, and thank you so much for your valuable presence. We are extremely delighted and honored. And ladies and gentlemen, here I officially announce 95th Scotch Summit 2023, which is a platform where SKOCH Group create a welcoming and inclusive environment for all the voices which are heard and respected. Deviyo Sajjano, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. This slogan from Gujarat evolved into Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas, and Sabka Vishwas. At SKOCH, we have always believed that India needs a job-generative, equitable, and sustainable growth. It is the time, ladies and gentlemen, to take stock of what extent Modinomics has delivered and what needs to be done moving forward. With this now, we are heading direct towards our first discussion, which is about did Modinomics deliver? And we have with us Samir Kochar sir, the chairman SKOCH, as the moderator for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a passionate advocate of a social, digital, and financial inclusion, and is a foremost expert in governance and inclusive growth. His work has been acclaimed globally and endorsed by many dignitaries, along with Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. Sir, I welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, along with Sir, may I please invite Dr. Subhash Chandra Garg, the former Finance and Economic Affairs Secretary. He served as the Secretary Economic Affairs for a little over 2 years from 2017 to 2019. And after taking voluntary retirement from the IS in October 2019, Sir now works as policy observer, strategist, commentator, and writer. Sir, we welcome you to this session. We also have Dr. Surjit S. Bhalla, former part-time member, EACPM. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Bhalla is a former part-time member of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Economic Advisory Council, and in addition, he serves as chairperson for the Ministry of Commerce High-Level Advisory Group on Trade, Economic Advisor to the 15th Finance Commission, Government of India. Sir, thank you so much for joining us today. We welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Dr. Charan Singh, CEO and founder director, Agro Foundation with us. He's also the non-executive chairman of Punjab and Sindh Bank. Earlier, he was the RBI chair professor of economic at the prestigious Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, India. Sir, we welcome you. We also have Mr. Anil Bharadwaj, Secretary General FISMI. Mr. Bharadwaj has been an accomplished professional in the field of private sector development and trade issues for 20 years. After spending 7 years in the international trade in the private sector, he moved to head India's largest federation of MSMEs, acquiring expertise in improving framework conditions for business and entrepreneurs and designed industrial and trade promotion policies. Sir, we welcome you for this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Ms. Reema Nanavati, Director Seva. Ma'am would be joining us through Zoom, direct from Ahmedabad. If we can kindly connect her. Ms. Reema Nanavati ji, Director Seva. Ms. Nanavati has been working with self-employed informal women workers since 1984, and in 1999 she was elected at Seva's General Secretary. Her key focus has been to provide full employment and self-reliance to 1.7 million members of Seva. Ma'am, we welcome you for this discussion and to the 95th Scotch Awards. Thank you so very much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, here to begin with, may I please request Mr. Sameer Kochar sir to come forward with his opening and welcome remarks. So.
I would like to start with thanking you for being here for the 95th time, over 25 years, and sharp on time at 10 o'clock in the morning we are starting. We have this tradition of starting on time and ending on time. It is indeed a delight to have a lot of our fellow travelers with us who have seen the journey of Scotch with us for this time. As you're aware, Scotch started off in 1997. That was the time when the word inclusive growth, financial inclusion, etc. were not in fashion. From day one, the agenda of Scotch was mainstreaming the marginalized. The reason for that was that I am myself a child of the reform process. I started my life as a bellboy. I used to lift bags. And come 91 reforms, Indian economy opened up. And somebody who was not even properly educated like me and was, just a mere menial kind of a worker, also grew as the Indian economy grew. And as a payback to the economy and the people who have been instrumental in these reforms, whether they're economic reforms, social reforms, digital reforms, so on and so forth, I became a reforms historian. And I have, on the contemporary reforms of India, I have published 20 books by now. And most of these books draw from success stories such as yourselves as to in your little ways, in your organizations, in your government, what is it that you are doing? I recall the time was 2013. It was September 2013. Uh, Mr. Modi was not even the prime ministerial candidate announced at that point in time. And there was a statement made by a very senior opposition leader saying that the knowledge of Modi ji on economics can fit behind a postage stamp. So Mr. Modi had called me to Gandhinagar, and he said that, since I have been studying governance across India for so many years and so many states, including the state of Gujarat, what is it that I think about it? And I said, sir, I think your knowledge is as good as anybody else's on economics. Your approach is different because you believe in inclusive economics and inclusive governance. And thus came out the famous book called Modinomics in February 2014, which was released by Mr. Arun Jaitley then. I recall Dr. Sujit Bhalla was there on that panel, and shortly after that, history was made. So while I have been capturing this, I am an eternal optimist, and I believe India will become a 30 trillion economy by 2047. It would also be a developed country with high income. The real question is, what will be the distribution of this income? Would it be 20 trillion for 100 and 10 trillion for the rest, or is it going to be more equitable than that? Niti Aayog has, so this itself has been the sum and substance of my work over the past nearly 30 years. Niti Aayog has recently commissioned BCG to formulate a plan, and while BCG is very good at the macro stuff, I hope that they would specifically pay focus to this equitable growth aspect that India so sorely needs. In the spirit of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, I believe what India needs is a job-generative growth, a spatially dispersed growth, an equitable growth, and a sustainable growth. I have argued this in my recent book, India 2047, which has got papers from very eminent economists, which lay a roadmap for how do you make India 2047 a high income with equity country. And I have shared this input with the Niti Aayog, with the other policy making bodies, and I hope that this would serve as a good input like most of my other work has in the past, and it will serve the policy making well. The basic argument in the book, Modinomics, was about inclusive economics and inclusive governance. It talked about how the Gujarat model was based on governance reform and economic reform working together in synchronicity, and how that made a big difference. So when Mr. Modi took over, and so that was a subject that was not very well understood at that point in time, and Modinomics, the first official account of the Gujarat model as a book. So when Mr. Modi took over as Prime Minister, the question then was that how would the Gujarat model pan out nationally? And I started doing a series of books picking from the basic principles of Modinomics and applying them to a national perspective. So my first book, which was released on shortly after in 2014 itself, in October 2014, you recall that Prime Minister Modi had announced a scheme called Jan Dhan Yojana on 15th August 2014, and 2 months after that, I came out with a book saying Defeating Poverty, Jan Dhan and Beyond. And I said the single biggest agenda that the Modi government has is to defeat poverty. It set a roadmap for poverty alleviation through well-targeted interventions. The results of several of these things like direct benefit transfers, credit outreach gap has been reduced by 12% in this time period. India has become a universally backed country, and there has been a significant deepening on most financial parameters. Though the spatial distribution aspect of it is yet to be examined, but I think this is one area which can be counted as a success of the Modi government. I, of course, have a very senior panel who would have their own views on this. My third book in the series was Digital India, Developed India, which was released in 2016, and it laid out the roadmap of Digital India as it was to be implemented from 2016 to 2020. Whether it is things like the JAM Trinity, success of UPI, enhanced level of digitalization, most of the country moving to digital transactions. So I think the second biggest success of the Modi government is undoubtedly digital inclusion, the first one being financial inclusion. And that is something that this panel would also possibly look at and comment on. My fourth book in the series was India 2030, towards the $10 trillion economy, which was released around end 2019. That was just before COVID. And it, for the first time, set out this imperative of what I mentioned, spatially dispersed, equitable, job-generative growth, in an essay by none other than Dr. Indira Rajaraman, who put together the macroeconomic factors that could make this happen. Unfortunately, then COVID happened, and the 10 trillion by 2030, 30 had a setback. But surely, soon enough, the Prime Minister gave us another target of 30 trillion by 2047. So then I have, just a few months back, with the help of a lot of fellow contributors, edited a book called India 2047, High Income with Equity, that sets out a roadmap of what could possibly be done, maybe some policy alternatives that are going to ensure that not only the 30 trillion happens, but the quality of this 30 trillion is in context of the Indian needs. So 9 years after the launch of Modinomics, we are actually having this conversation on state of inclusive growth, which looks at the ups and downs of what has been achieved. Did Modinomics pan out? Did it not pan out? But some pointers to the future that I can clearly look at while we look at the past and also get some pointers to the future. I think one of the key problems we are facing is that competitive welfareism has replaced cooperative federalism, and this is going to be the mainstay of politics. Uh, you know, very recently, freebies was a dirty word. Even RBI said so much of freebies are being given and all that. But today we find that the word freebie has been given a very quick and undignified burial. No one wants to talk about freebie. It's a question of my freebie is more than yours. So the significant challenge then that the country faces is how do we fund the Indian social democracy? The cost of failed capacity building and lack of equitable growth is welfareism. It is hundreds of more times expensive than having done the real hard work of development, although the time cycle that it takes is much longer. Most regulators wish to discuss something other than financial literacy. They don't want to discuss what it costs to make people financially literate. They don't want to discuss what is the cost of credit outreach. They do not want to discuss what is the cost of livelihood linkage. We have seen in the recent past, not just the recent past, over almost like a 2-decade cycle of NBFCs being the villains, and then regulator coming down very heavily, and then clamping down on capping on the interest rate, and the end result of that was that the credit could not reach where it was required. Credit was reaching the reached, not the unreached. Now again that cap has been removed, and we are back to a regime where the interest rate is 24%, and one hears noises about it being too high. No one gets into why it takes 24% to lend. It is the cost of so many decades, 7 decades of governance and capacity building failures. And you don't really expect NBFC to foot that bill. So where will this money then come from? If you don't want it to come from, to be charged to the person of the last mile, 24% sounds very high. So one example that I can think of, and I've proposed this in the past, is a universal financial services obligation fund. Let the entire financial sector put a percentage of their profit or turnover in a fund, which is given directly as an interest subvention. No ifs and buts clauses, this, that, and the other. If you're lending to the last mile, here is 5%, draw from universal financial services obligation fund, and let the last mile also borrow at 17-18%. From an era of center being the torchbearer of growth, starting 91 reforms, and states following quite a distance behind, today we find that states, quite a few of them are becoming champions of reforms and growth and equity. But their challenge again is that welfareism is the key calling card, and so where is the fiscal headroom? And post GST, there is hardly any revenue aspect, any revenue generation area that the state has got left, except they actually have to work heavily on end user charges and make them more realistic and get people to pay for development. So the key problem in all the 3 areas that I mentioned is money. While all these things are very good, we need to do it, but where is the money? And I hope this panel will help me understand this better. Last but not the least, I am normally considered a Cassandra of sorts because I predict bad things that are going to happen. And one of the bad things that may happen, I had predicted crypto, I had predicted gaming, and in the same series, I think fintech is next. There is a fintech bubble forming. The unsecured lending is really up, personal loans are up, consumption credit is up, and everyone is using fintech as a route. Believe me, I mean, if the norms that fintechs are following to give credit and taking bank money through NBFCs, if the banks were themselves following, India would have been financially included 20 times over. It was, it is that prudent regulatory regime and the tightrope balancing that has been crucial for dropping credit and prudent risk management. And I think with in the past year, everybody and his uncle being a cheerleader of fintech and even regulator very heavily getting associated with it, I think finally they've seen the light of the day yesterday or day before when they have come down a bit on this area, but I think a lot more needs to be done. Having said that, consumption credit is a real problem in India and there have to be innovative ways found. Will that money come from the banking system? Where will it come from? I don't know. Maybe the session on financial deepening today will throw some light on it. So this full day conference deliberates on a 360-degree perspective and will hopefully return meaningful and action-able recommendations as always. With that, I invite my very, very senior colleague, friend, philosopher and guide, Dr. Surjit Bhallar, to make his opening remarks. He spoke at Modinomics, so it's very appropriate that he speaks at 9 years of Modinomics and it delivered.
So, the theme of this seminar is the state of inclusive growth, and in particular, whether Modi has delivered on inclusive growth. Which means that we need to define, and I'll try and do that in the next 2-3 minutes, what inclusive growth is. Actually, it's not very difficult to define. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Basically, does everyone benefit from the growth process? So that's a very clear demarcation of what we need to study in order to find out whether this indeed has happened. And there's a related story, whether it happened and to what degree did it happen before. So we've had, you mentioned about the reform process, how you were a child of reforms. 1991 did set India apart from what had happened in the previous 40 years. So this is now, almost 30 years and counting towards, if you will, the 40 years post-reforms. Now, we live in an age where data is the new oil. We all grew up at a time in the mid-70s when oil suddenly appeared on the scene and was a mega income driver for some few countries. But today, data is the new oil, and that is what the study of inclusive growth entails, to look at data. But also, we have AI, and we have fake news. And to compound it further, we have fake commentary. So I hope we will be able to look at the evidence and identify what is fake commentary, what is fake news, and what is the reality. That's the challenge for all of us. We all receive the data, we can all process the data, we all do process the data. But I think the important objective is to identify what is fake, what is real, and what is just commentary. So I'll just conclude with just 2 points, or 2 identifiers. There is a macro identifier of inclusive growth, and there's a micro identifier of inclusive growth. The macro identifier has to do with growth, the total growth, inflation, because as we know that high inflation hurts the poor, the bottom half. That's where the inclusive growth comes in, and whether the inflation, if you will, has been inclusive or not. So that's the macro side. In addition, a third element on the macro side is taxation, which is are the, those who are better off, are they paying their fair share of taxes? And if not, why not, etc. So that's, if you will, the macro dimension of inclusive growth. The micro dimension is to look at caste, look at gender, look at religion, and see how the different classifications, if you will, have progressed in terms of their income and the benefits from the state. There is the additional element of, now he warned us all about the freebies. We'll have to see what entails. So far, we've had a limited amount of freebies, but I do agree with you that the dangers are quite apparent as to where this might end up. Also, last concluding comment about the inclusive growth, this is an election year. And funny things happen around the world, and particularly in India, during national election years. Though there is also the disturbing element in India that almost every year is an election year. So therefore, fake commentary and fake analysis has a very receptive audience all the time. Hopefully that will lessen in the future, but in this particular year, I think we all have to be very, very careful with our analysis and with our presentation and our interpretation of data on inclusive growth. Thank you.
Thanks, Surjit. Deming once famously said, "In God we trust, rest everybody must bring data." And data has always been in short supply in India. We are not a data abundant country thus far. And whatever data is published also gets different interpretation. So even if you say this is the data, and the data says the jobs have gone up for one economist, the same data is used by another to say the jobs have gone down. And on top of that, you have this complicating factor that Surjit mentioned of fake data. So here there is a problem already with the real data, and we are not being able to manage that. So how will we manage the fake data? So with that, I would move on to Dr. Subhash Chandra Garg, former Finance Secretary and Economics Affairs Secretary. So to your mind, what are the indicators of inclusive growth? And if you'd like to elaborate from your perspective, how it has panned out over the last 10 years.
Thank you very much, Samir, for inviting me on this occasion. The theme of the seminar, the discussion, is the inclusive growth. I think there are three dimensions to it, which are, in fact, interwoven in your theme. The inclusive growth, inclusive development, and inclusive governance. These are all interwoven into whenever we discuss. So inclusive growth, to my mind, is the country grows at a higher rate, and then this is distributed. The growth is distributed well amongst the people. So that is the inclusive growth dimension. It's not only sort of, as you were also mentioning, cornered by a few million people or 1 or 10% of the population. The bottom 50% or 60% doesn't receive that kind of growth which is there. Basically, growth is nothing else than GDP is our collective income put together, and incomes of the household together makes that total income. So if the poor households receive lesser income, they are deprived, they are not part of that country is not having the inclusive growth. From that point of view, if we look at the record of last 10 years, after the reforms were sort of initiated in 1991, which unleashed the growth momentum in the country. What I find is that the growth momentum in first 5 years, the first term was much higher. But in the second term, you may attribute to whatever reasons you say, COVID or whatever, the 5-year growth would be surprisingly only about 4.5%. That's a very low growth for the country. Now, as far as sharing of the growth is concerned, the data is not that great. We don't have the consumption survey. We have this multidimensional poverty index data, which shows up that from 2005 onwards, the pace of reduction in MPI is fairly even. There is no spectacular jump in the last, in this current year's term. So, and the evidence, other evidence, if you look at it, the fact that we have to feed 80 crore people with basic minimum cereal, the fact that still Narega attracts about 10 to 11 crore households to find that backstop work. If they had work, they wouldn't come to the Narega. That's the whole point. Likewise, if you look at other pieces of information, you still feel that the last mile, the poor people, the kind of data which is thrown up in terms of the malnutrition, our own health survey tells you if you look at the MPI alone and only one element of malnutrition or undernutrition, there are about 40-45% of the Indian households rated as undernourished. So the growth and distribution record is mixed in my mind, not a very great record. I move to the second aspect, which I said, inclusive development. There, the development to my mind would mean that the poor households, the non-inclusive households, get the abilities and the assets to be able to earn income, and that is what if the government policies and the government programs can enable. From that point of view, my sense is that there have been several good programs which the government has run under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, whether you take it housing program or you take it electricity program, gas universalization, health program, toilets program, and now the Jal Jeevan program. So I think these have been massive enablers of creating abilities in people to be able to run, to earn more. Whether that has been translated into incomes, as I said, the evidence is not that great. But in itself, these programs have improved the quality of life very much. And therefore, on development record, to my mind, the government seems to have done very, very well. There is another aspect of development which is into how do you bring about education, transformation, digital empowerment, because that is the future, or for that matter, skill endowment for being able to earn higher incomes and all. There, to my mind, the record has not been that good. Our education programs have not delivered that much. In fact, government has reduced funding. The skill program, surprisingly, has virtually collapsed, if you would look at it. Not that the skill program as being run earlier was anything great, but there was a lot of expectation that this skill program will be. So from the development perspective, while half of the story in terms of creating better life conditions, because if you have roads, if you have lights, etc., you can study better, you can do better, you can go for jobs elsewhere, your movement enabled. So I think from the development, there is more pluses than minuses, but this is a good record to talk about. The last aspect of the inclusive governance, and that is where, to my mind, the questions about taxation, the question about the freebies and other things come in. I think the dimension which we should be looking at in terms of governance is that are you able to tax, from the economic perspective, are you able to tax the rich or those who have higher incomes and wealth and transfer it to those who, unfortunately, because of physical or mental conditions, are not in a position to earn, and those who are temporarily not in a position to earn are unable to earn by skill transfers, etc. I think that is where, to my mind, the entire story comes in. If you look at the taxation, I think government has done well in terms of rationalizing corporate taxes and all. Individual taxes have become a little more complicated, but in this era of highly computerized environment, etc., it may not make that much difference. But one area where I found we have not done well, and we have actually regressed, is the abolition of wealth tax in the country in 2015 by this very government. In fact, we needed to bring a better wealth tax. Today, if our GDP is 3 trillion, the national wealth is about 15 trillion. And we are not taxing that wealth at all very well. There's some minor capital gains taxation, etc. But by and large, the wealth goes completely untaxed. On freebies, and that is when I'll finish my interventions, I don't view freebies as something inherently bad. Freebies is to take care of that redistribution aspect, because if a large number of or fraction or section of your society is not able to earn income to live a reasonable standard of life or a minimum standard of life, for some time, to those who can be made to earn later, and for those who are not able to earn, to transfer them, whether it's old, widows, or physically handicapped, or whatever you may say. The question in freebies, to my mind, is targeting. If you provide it to undeserved people, I don't understand why we have 80 crore people receiving free food grains. 80% of them don't deserve this one. Likewise, why do we have all the 9 crore farmers being given this Prime Minister Samman Nidhi kind of payment? Likewise, electricity, water in Delhi, to almost everyone with a certain level of consumption, rich, poor. This makes no sense to me. So I think in freebies, within the space which the governments have, you should be able to design a good freebie, targeted freebie program, distribution targeted to the poor. If that happens, that's fine. My sense is that since states face a much larger constraint in terms of the fiscal ability, they cannot design the big giveaways. It is the center which has no such restriction, and that is why it spills into the fiscal deficit, etc. So center should be more careful at designing the freebies program. Thank you very much.
थैंक्स अलॉट। देखिए, हम ना आपको जब म्यूजिक सुनना होगा बता देंगे। अब बड़ा डिस्टर्बिंग होता है, बीच में मत बजाइए आप, पैनल के बीच में मत बजाएं। So the thing about freebies is that they're easy to start and they're extremely difficult to withdraw. And somehow or the other, their growth rate would always be higher than the growth rate of GDP. So I really worry about by 2047, what is the size of the freebie ticket that we are looking at. Now, we've had some macroeconomic views, so I now move on to two sectoral views of how Modinomics panned out. One very critical component of inclusive growth, of course, is women. And we have Rima Nanavati, Director Seva, online with us. And recently we've seen this periodic labor force survey which says that we have something to cheer about women's participation in economy in rural India. Of course, again, that data is being contested and interpreted in many, many ways. But Rima ji, for the past 10 years, how has Modinomics panned out for women? Sound, please. No, your sound is fine. I think they have to change the input at our end. I think while they fix this, Rima ji, I'll get back to you because we're having an audio problem. They're fixing it. So let me move on to Anil Bhardwaj, who represents a perpetually distressed sector called MSME. But it's also a never say die sector. So are we more distressed, less distressed, life as usual, 10 years, Mudra Yojana, Swadhini Yojana, and so many Yojanas. How has EGLS and how has this panned out with Modinomics?
I think I would begin by saying it is relatively better. But let me spend a few minutes about Modinomics. What I gather is that it could be better understood by stating what it is not. For example, it certainly is not Marxist. It certainly is not laissez-faire. And it has a mix of neoclassical and Keynesian and some new elements thrown in which are quite sui generis in Indian context, freebies being one of them. And I think Modi has taken some bold steps, and the upside of which has been very apparent, especially GST. And see, for MSMEs, the earlier taxation system was a nightmare. I'll just give an example so that people who are not from business background, they can appreciate the difficulties businesses faced. For example, a simple thing like pen would be termed differently in different states. It could be a writing instrument in one state, a pen in another, pen with a gel ink in another, pen with a liquid ink in another, and all having different taxation. So whenever a lorry would be passing from one state to another, the tax department would stop it and would try to interpret it. And based on the initial bill and the difference of the, you can say, taxation in the coming state, they would have the penalties and they will stop, and then they would be bargaining, and then things would be sorted out, and after maybe the lorry is standing there for maybe 1 day or 2 days, it would pass. It was perpetual nightmare. That is completely gone. People have forgotten about it. So India has become one market. So a pen is a pen, whether it is Kanyakumari or Kashmir. That is very, very important thing. It has one taxation, no matter how you interpret it. So it has certainly eased life of small businesses tremendously, that they have been able to do business beyond their own state. Earlier, majority of them used to supply goods within the 80, 100 kilometers periphery. Now, the southern Indian products are in northern India, northern Indian products are in southern India, and so on and so forth. Another major upside has been his push on the digital front. And you already mentioned whether it is GEM Trinity or whether it's UPA or all digital platforms that he has used for increasing financial inclusion. And if we really look at certain parameters of MSME growth, I mean MSME's contribution to GDP during the Manmohan era and Modi era, there's not much of difference. There is incremental positive side. If similarly, if you look at the number also, in terms of people employed, there is an incremental increase, but again, there is no great difference. When you look at the number of MSMEs during the Manmohan era and Modi era, there is substantial increase, but that's largely because of the increase in the frame, because the traders are included, so the numbers are swelled. But the moment it comes to financial inclusion, it has almost become troubled. And that is, I think, a major success story during this era. The one side why I have not been totally positive is because of certain areas have been left out or we had not been able to move. One is because I think this regime has not been able to build consensus for reforms, whether it is agriculture, whether it is other, like for example, privatization of PSUs. And I'm not saying because just, I mean, it's a purely economic debate, but privatization of PSU means freeing of the inputs for MSMEs. For example, banks. Now 70% of the banks are in public sector. Now that means it is basically one single entity because their processes are the same. Similarly, steel. If steel is in the government sector, so it is reporting to a ministry and the minister has a presence in the cabinet and its bargaining power or its lobbying power is, I mean, very great in terms of the very specific steel sector. So it is protected. So is aluminum, so is copper, so is polymer, plastic raw material. All this put together increase the cost of production for MSMEs. And bring in the finance, it increases further. So it subdues the competitiveness of the MSME sector, and that is why, whether it is Manmohan era or whether it is Modi era, one thing has stayed almost constant. It is percentage of manufacturing in GDP. That has remained almost constant. And that is because that we have still not been able to build the growth momentum in these sectors. One thing that he has tried, and it is, I think, is reforms by stealth, I would say, is that instead of opening up these markets for inputs and inducing competition in them to make industry competitive, what we have done is we have relied more on the protection side. So certainly, quality control orders have increased, the barriers have increased. It has provided some succor to domestic manufacturing, and through that we have tried to attract investment through PLIs and to make in India. Hopefully, they would also, perhaps, I mean, this is what is felt, that they would be able to create the manufacturing base, which eventually in future would generate jobs and employment and also create linkages to the MSMEs. It is in the future, but I think overall it has been positive.
Thank you very much, Anil. Gurcharan, I really need your help in AV and stage management. I'm getting no response. Is the audio back on? Can we have Rima? Then someone should tell me that, no? Please ask Shivam to be around here. Yeah, Rima ji is back. So Rima ji, how this is panned out, and are you celebrating the periodic labor force survey yet? Can we put a mic in front of this? It's doing some sound. Sorry to keep women on hold once again. As always, I think women will be the last in the queue. Let me move on to Charan Singh ji. Charan Singh ji, how do you see the whole thing having panned out?
So let me start with an anecdote. I was, as you mentioned in my introduction, I was working at the IMF in 2009 as a senior economist evaluating various schemes of the IMF. One of the schemes, I had to go and meet the executive director of a country which is a major oil producing country. While talking to him about the issue of foreign exchange reserves, he came back to me and he said, well, Dr. Singh, I'm not ready to share all the information that you're looking for. And I said, why? And he said, look, the oil which is lying under my soil does not belong to only me and my generation. It is there because the past 100 generations, because of which the oil is there. And this oil belongs to probably next 100 generations, which have no say today. So how should I price the oil? How much should I drill and bring it out? I'm not in a position to tell everything that you are seeking, because that has an implication on international reserves. It is in 2010, and I started thinking, what does sustainability mean? In economics, we had always been thinking about sustainability in terms of one generation or two generations. The climate catastrophe had yet not hit the world, which happened much later. Now, of course, we're in the midst of it. Nobody had thought about carbon footprints. And here is the executive director from this country who's talking about sustainability intergenerational. With this anecdote, let me move on to what has happened in the last 10 years. While you are talking about sectoral things, you're talking of fiscal, the monetary, and I have certain things to say on this. And now you're talking about financial inclusion, the area in which I have worked extensively, both while I was at the bank, and I'll have a point or two to make towards the end. The most important contribution, I think, that has happened in the last 10 years is India connecting with its roots. That is the most important thing. And that became so apparent in G20 meeting when the Prime Minister, of course, a little earlier, but it became so apparent in the G20 meetings when he spoke about life. The life for sustainable basis, where we spoke about the Indian culture, we spoke about Indian sustainability issues, where we spoke about the flora and fauna, and we said how we connect across so that we are able to tackle these issues which are now emerging in terms of climate and all that. So to me, the first thing that has happened, Indians getting connected to their roots and taking pride in the fact that the culture that they have has been sustainable for thousands of years without bringing it to the climate crisis that within 300 years, industrial revolution has brought us to. The second point which you mentioned, and I think this is something really celebrating, because 1983 I started my career as a commercial banker, and all the nationalization that had happened in 69 and 80 was for banking penetration in rural areas. It wasn't happening. In 2012, the money lender was still coming back and rising. Its share in the rural finance was rising. And I myself did a study at the Reserve Bank of India in 2008, which later on Rangarajan started with the National Mission on Financial Inclusion, his famous report. There's a precursor to that report done within the RBI. We found that in the rural areas, hardly 33% people had bank account. Today the scene has changed. Under Jan Dhan, we have 51 crore people having accounts, 28 crore women having a bank account, business correspondents are doing exceedingly well, 2 lakh crore rupees outstanding happening in the Jan Dhan account. Now you were talking about the digital, this could have happened only because we brought in the JAM Trinity. So the point that I'm trying to make in financial inclusion, despite the nationalizations of 69 and 80, we made a big step forward and we converted all this. The other point that I want to also make, and that's the third point, is the pressure that India was during COVID of the fiscal stimulus. The government stood its ground and said, nothing doing, we can only afford this much and nothing more. And even at that fiscal stimulus that we announced, we had capital expenditure in mind. If you look at the overall fiscal stimulus in other countries, and look at India, very modest, but very well targeted. Dr. Surjit Bhalla did a study on that, where he said that people would have driven into the poverty once again, but the food subsidy, as well as the free rations that were provided, they have helped people not get into that trap of poverty again. And one thing is still missing. The health facilities which the Modi government opened, free vaccines, and the health facility, private and public hospitals had to open up. That has yet not been accounted, quantified, and figured in. Otherwise, health expenditure is another expenditure which drives people into poverty. So the fiscal sustainability issue that came up resulted 2 years later in inflation. And you're right when you mentioned inflation is something which hurts everyone and hurts financial inclusion very badly. India's inflation rate, around 6%, is the 30-year average. Whereas America, UK, Euro, around 10% inflation that they recorded is 5 times their previous 30-year average. They have hardly averaged 2%, and this time it all reached. And this inflation that these countries did suffer was just not because of disruption in global value chain, just not because of COVID. They had building up very irresponsible fiscal and monetary policy that they pursued from 2008 onwards. The last point I want to make on the Modi economics is, and there is one worry I have, which I'll come back, but the last point I want to make is the point which has just been mentioned, but I want to emphasize India becoming one market. That's very, very important. He gave the example of an octroi and octroi post, how they would get distorted and disturbed. But now, with Niti spreading into other states, the dream that the Prime Minister has, or the whole country has, we are not only thinking of 5-year plans, which we were doing since 1950, but now we have a vision of something 25 years from now. We can plan well, we can target well. And I did this exercise, I must mention this, for Niti Aayog on 2047. We broke it in 2036, 37, and then 46, 47. We have given them about 1,500 pages. 15 professors from across the country have worked on that study. We found it's a challenge. No other country in the world had even attempted it. But here in our country, we are thinking, we may call it with whatever term we want, Amrit Kal or whatever, but here is a vision, here is a leader who's telling us that, well, while we need to do short-term planning, we need to have a vision of where we are heading 100 years when we celebrate. I'm a little worried, Samir, along with you. You know that the subprime crisis of America was a result of over-financialization. Over-financialization, like overeating, can be very harmful. At this point of time, RBI's caution in the circular that they had yesterday, raising the risk weights on consumer loans, other than housing loan, vehicle loan, education loan, on consumer loan, is a caution, and that over-financialization should not happen. So on that front, I am myself worried, and I think RBI has risen to the occasion and come out with that circular, but I think we need to be a little careful as to the consumer loans and the trend that is emerging, which is not very healthy. Thank you very much.
Okay, so before I get back to Dr. Surjit Bhalla, the two particular... Yeah, hello. There are two particular areas that I would like Dr. Subhash Chandra Garg to comment on, because I don't think we've covered them at all. One was the question that I was asking Rima ji about the periodic labor force survey and how's the employment panning out. And second is the very important aspect of the Surjit Bhalla argument of poverty having diminished because of the food security that is provided. So you have any views on that? Because
Thank you. So on your first question about the labor survey, which Remaji was to respond, so I believe all of you are aware that the Modi government started in 2018 a system of labor survey, which is annual for the entire country and every quarter for the urban and the rural areas. That survey, now we have the data from 2018 onwards for 6 years. The data shows up, as far as the headline numbers are concerned, very clearly that there is a very good increase in what we call labor force participation rate, LWFPR, which is that how many of the labor which is of 15 years and more is actually into the labor force, either working on jobs or looking for jobs. That is what the LWFPR measures, the labor force participation rate. That has gone for the 15 years and above from somewhere close to about 48% in 2018 to about 57% in 2023. That is a very good increase. If you 8%, 8 percentage point or about 11 to 12% increase is fabulous. So that should give a good mark to the fact that the employment is increasing. But there is a downside to this, and I would be failing in my duty to bring that downside also to the notice. When you drill down the data, where is the labor participation rate increasing, you first find that the increase in the rural areas and not urban areas. Whereas urban areas are supposed to be the employment generator, and the rural areas, which are basically the old agriculture labor, and the farmers should be coming down. But about 80 to 85% of the increase is concentrated in the rural area. When you further drill down, then you find that amongst the rural area, it is basically the women who are getting. That should normally be good, but the data part that about 60-70% of the growth of labor participation in the rural areas is accounted by women. And if you further drill down, there is a category in the labor survey which is known as unpaid helper in family enterprise. That means somebody works in some family work but doesn't get paid. That is not a good kind of employment, so to say. If you're not getting paid, it's not. Whole purpose of employment is getting paid. You may get indirectly paid if the family income goes up, but that's not counted as. So surprisingly, the largest increase is in this segment, the unpaid helper in family enterprise. Of the total about 8 points increase from 48 to 56, 57, about 40-45% is accounted for only by the unpaid helper in family enterprise. That, to my mind, sort of takes the sheen away from the increase, and if about 50% or 45% of increase in labor force is only in the unpaid family helper, which is another form of disguised employment in my judgment, it's not that sound a good thing. The second thing which you mentioned about the poverty, I think Surjit Bhalla is an authority on that. He will expound more. Basically, going by the larger national accounts data, there is a certain way the poverty is calculated, or you indirectly calculate by giving a value to the food which is provided. But as I said in the earlier comment, to my mind, the state of poverty is best captured by the state of malnutrition. If the malnutrition or undernourishment is going down in the country, then perhaps the poverty is, because the first instinct, first desire of anybody to do with his income is to eat. To be able to eat is the first human requirement of all that which we do in terms of jobs, etc. And that, as I said, if you look at only one of this indicator in the otherwise 11 or 12 indicators which the multidimensional poverty survey picks up, on this, if only one indicator is taken, about 40 to 45% of Indian households and individuals are still undernourished. To my mind, if you take that, the poverty is still very deep rooted in the country.
Over to Surjit. Yeah. You have a lot to.
No, very important points addressed here. Let me start with the nutrition. Let me start with the point of nutrition, which Mr. Garg has emphasized is the crucial indicator of poverty. I want to take you back to somewhere around 1980, when the World Bank used to measure, along with the rest of us, and forced us to start measuring poverty in terms of caloric consumption. That was the point about nutrition. The argument was, and this was by the World Bank, prior to the malnutrition in caloric indicator of poverty, India had measured poverty from 1962 in terms of total consumption, not just caloric consumption. So I did a study for the World Bank in 1980. I was asked to do a study on the measurement of poverty. This is my point about data and how it can be highly misleading if misused. And the World Bank was misusing the data, especially because there was a notion, look, food is necessary for survival. It's about the most important element in survival. And let's go and measure how much food they're eating. And how do you measure how much food they're eating? You measure it by their caloric consumption. So there was, the FAO had, according to age groups, 0 to 1, 0 to 5, 15 to 20, men, women, across all age groups, the FAO and the World Bank had indicators of how much was needed by each person. So there was a detailed study done in 1973. It's called the Haines Nutrition Survey, where it was so careful that when they measured how much hamburgers you ate, they also measured how much oil went out in cooking. So they counted the calories correctly. What was the result? According to the World Bank, FAO norms, 80% of American women were considered malnourished. Now, as I write in that paper, a casual empiricism would tell you that obesity was a problem with American men and women, not malnourishment. Thankfully, about 10 years after that, in the 1990, when the World Bank and the rest of the world went back to what we originally had, which is you measure according to total consumption. And 10 years later, the whole caloric notion of nutrition was thrown out of the window. There was a very important Indian contributor to that, a person by the name of Sukhatme. And Sukhatme showed that the inter-individual variation between individuals, Indian economists really proved the point and allowed the world to get away from this notion of caloric consumption being an indicator of poverty, that he showed that there was large inter-individual variation which accounted for most of the differences in consumption. So I think, 40%, 40% of the Indian population is malnourished or lacks nutrition or is poor. In the face of all the evidence that there is in terms of, let's take the following, in terms of the food consumption that comes from wheat and rice is approximately, and from 1950 onwards, and we know that from the surveys, has been around 9 kgs of either rice or wheat or bajra or whatever grains per person per month. That is the average that existed for a very long time. And as India has developed, as people have developed, as poverty has been reduced, that number has come down by about 10–15%. So when the government gave and is now giving 10 kgs per person per month for consumption, and their actual consumption is less, what you're finding out is that the poor who are getting this actually are getting some extra income, because what they are doing is selling this food in the marketplace. These are the poor. You and I don't get it. So across the board, poverty has been reduced by this policy of giving free food, which is in some sense no longer that necessary to alleviate poverty. Last point on poverty which keeps coming up, and that is, and it's an important question, has the decline in poverty been greater? We have the large growth period of 2004 to 2011, or 2004 to 2013, and we have an equivalent 10 years or 8–9 years post 2013. No matter what data you look at, for the poor, and financial inclusion is just one of the indicators, that there has been a large decline in poverty 2011 onwards versus 2004 to 2011, which is considered that at that time universally acknowledged by me, by all, that poverty reduced at a fast rate. The interesting point is that poverty is reduced at a faster rate post-2011 than now. Last bit on, maybe I'm taking too much time, on labor force participation rate. What we have to answer before we get to the PLFS, the conventional wisdom in India amongst a certain group of intellectuals and researchers was that the female labor force participation rate, as given by CMIE, and today it gives the same, is less, around 10%, when the actual number is around 35%. So you can take out the family workers and you still have that the labor force participation rate in India for women has really increased since about 2004 or 2011. And there are only 2 countries in the world that, according to CMIE, have a lower labor force participation rate than theirs, 10% or 8% or 9%. One is Yemen and one is Iraq. So what I'm trying to emphasize, be very careful with the data and what it is suggesting. Put the data to some tests, some simple smell tests, as I called in my 2002 book. Does it pass the smell test? And a lot of the data being propagated on political issues like poverty, etc., fail the smell test enormously.
Can I make a... So, I think I just want to make a comment on the poverty issue. You see, many times when we don't have the final good measurement of the real variable, we measure the intermediate. The whole point of food and nutrition is that the living condition, the health, height, weight of the person concerned should improve. And we always thought that by providing a certain kind of calorie consumption, this nutrition standard would be achieved. That was the whole rationale of the poverty data and the consumption data, calorie-based kind of World Bank, India, everywhere in the world, this whole started. What the multidimensional poverty index does is that it does not measure the nutrition by calorie consumption. We all know that India today is a hugely surplus country as far as food grains are concerned. We are the largest exporter of rice now. We have surplus wheat, and therefore our cereal production is much more than, it's a very different scene than 1950s and 60s when we had to import. But perhaps the nutrition is not all about cereals. It's not all about calories. There are many other things, minerals, vitamins, other kind of things which are perhaps needed to raise the real final test, which is whether you are well nutritioned, you're not undernourished, you're not stunted, you have right height for the age, you have right weight for the age, and those kind of indicators. So what MPI measures is, that's why I attach a lot of importance to that, not to the poverty data as measured by the World Bank or calorie consumption or indirectly by the income distribution, is this. And that is what worries me. 45% or 45% of the households in India, according to MPI, are undernourished on that single criterion. I think I'm quite worried.
Thank you. So do we have any questions from the audience, for anybody in the panel? So let me move to Dr. Charan Singh then, if you could help us bring this together. So, with your final comments, I would also be asking a one-liner question. So did you think Modinomics delivered? The answer is yes or no.
Yes, it did a great job.
Surjit?
Absolutely yes.
Part yes, part no.
I think I'm with him, part yes and part no.
Okay.
But with a caveat that I'm speaking on behalf of MSMEs. Within the context of MSMEs, this is what I will be.
All right.
Where's the no part for MSMEs?
I said that because the factor markets, whether it is inputs of iron, steel, copper, aluminium, land, finance, they remain shackled and they have not been opened up. That's why.
So, if I can just ask, the MSMEs have suffered for a very long time.
Yes.
And you're absolutely right, and are still suffering. What is the delta? I think the most important thing in policy analysis is the change. So have MSMEs conditions improved at a faster rate now in the last 10 years than in the previous 10 years?
Yes. Surely. Yes.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. You want to say something? I'll come to you. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I am Sunil Pandita from J&K Government. Sir, did demonetization help it in financial aspects, or did it hamper? Did it actually made us help in financial development, or it was a hindrance in economic activity?
So did demonetization help? Now let me just a minute. Let me just ask if there are any more questions.
Another question I want to ask you only, when you are making opening remarks that the fund that should be created for the purpose of subsidizing the interest rates, etc. So how far it is possible, and what kind of recommendation we can do to the government? That is the need of the hour.
So that recommendation we have done several times. The problem again, as I said, fintech bubble. The entire financial inclusion agenda has been hijacked by fintechs. It's become a technology problem. It is no longer a poverty problem. And that is where policy needs change. And I think all of us will have to bring a moral pressure to bear on powers that be, that poverty, livelihood linkage, cost of capacity building is still enormous. And my pet peeve, I was talking to SEBI Our markets are so shallow. And one of the executive directors told me that financial literacy should be a self-evident need. People should be so hungry for financial literacy, they should come to you. And I said, if they were so hungry for literacy, they wouldn't be poor. And do you know, to train one person on markets, financial literate, and to be certified in an exam, how much is paid by SEBI? Any guesses? That amount is a princely 50 rupees. So there you have an answer. Any other questions?
Thank you. So my question is regarding, you gave a very disturbing data on 40% of people being undernourished in the country. What was the actual unit of measurement? How was it measured?
Okay, so now on to demonetization and measurement, and then you could talk about the cost of subvention.
I think demonetization was intended to basically reduce black economy or black money in the economy. And the assumption was that the cash represents black money. I have written extensively about it, so I won't take longer, but my broad conclusion is that this premise that cash equals black money is a wrong premise. Black money can exist in any form, whether you have cash or digital. If you want to take example of this Mahadev app, if 500 crores can be generated as black money, purely digital way of doing life. So cash is not equal to black money. And from that perspective, actually, it did not succeed. I'll just partly answer. Surjit can make much greater reference if required. The measurement is there. They have three indices. One is the belief that for your age, your weight should be a certain kind of weight. So the age-weight relationship tells you that if you don't have that weight for the age, then you are undernourished. Second indicator is that your height for your age should be better, right? So if you don't grow in terms of height, then so there are 2 or 3 of indicators, then there is a survey-based malnutrition. I would suggest this UNDP survey which happens, and now Niti Aayog is also bringing out this report. It explains in very great detail about so there are 3 indicators which go into the nutrition profiling. You may like to read that.
Thank you very much. But one last audience poll, since we are such an enlightened audience, just by a show of hands, how many of you feel Modinomics delivered? And the people who have not raised their hand, would you raise? Okay, how many feel it did not deliver? So one person feels not delivered, about 50% feel delivered, and the balance is can't say. It's a very safe choice. Thank you very much. We'll just move forward for a panel photo. Gursharan, my advice is that we have only 15 minutes, so we move on to the awards segment straight. Yeah, come.
We thank once again all the gentlemen who are present on the stage, Dr. Subhash Chandra Garg, Dr. Surjit S. Bhalla, Dr. Charan Singh, Mr. Anil Bharadwaj, Samir Kochar sir, and Ms. Reema Nanavati, who joined us through Zoom. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are going to present a small Nazrana. It is a musical performance that is going to be present by all our artists who are present here on your right side.
Check. Hello. जब जीरो दिया मेरे भारत ने, भारत ने मेरे भारत ने, दुनिया को तब गिनती आई। तारों की भाषा भारत ने दुनिया को पहले सिखलाई। देता न दशमलव भारत तो यूं चांद पे जाना मुश्किल था। धरती और चांद की दूरी का अंदाजा लगाना मुश्किल था। सभ्यता जहाँ पहले आई, सभ्यता जहाँ पहले आई, पहले जन्मी है जहाँ पे कला। अपना भारत वो भारत है जिसके पीछे संसार चला। संसार चला और आगे बढ़ा, यूं आगे बढ़ा बढ़ता ही गया। भगवान करे ये और बढ़े, बढ़ता ही रहे और फूले फले, बढ़ता ही रहे और फूले फले। जहांगीरी सदा है प्रीत जहांगीरी सदा, है प्रीत जहांगीरी सदा। मैं गीत वहाँ के गाता हूँ, भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। है प्रीत जहांगीरी सदा। काले गोरे का भेद नहीं, हर दिल से हमारा नाता है। कुछ और न आता हो हमको, हम प्यार निभाना आता है। जिसे मान चुकी सारी दुनिया हो, जिसे मान चुकी सारी दुनिया। मैं बात वही दोहराता हूँ, भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। है प्रीत जहांगीरी सदा। जीते हो किसी ने देश तो क्या, हमने तो दिलों को जीता है। जहाँ राम अभी तक है नर में, नारी में अभी तक सीता है। इतने पावन है लोग यहाँ, इतने पावन है लोग यहाँ। मैं नित नित शीश झुकाता हूँ, भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। इतनी ममता नदियों को भी जहाँ माता कह के बुलाते हैं। इतना आदर इंसान तो क्या पत्थर भी पूजे जाते हैं। Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this now we are heading towards prestigious SKOCH Awards in which industry captains, scholars, technocrats, women leaders and grassroots workers get picked and get honored. A person who receives SKOCH Award is one who define us. With this, we are heading towards the first segment of SKOCH Award. And may I please request Mr. Sameer Kochar, Chairman SKOCH, and Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman SKOCH, to kindly come on the stage to give away awards. साथ ही हमारे जितने भी अवॉर्डीज़ हैं जिनको हम मंच पर आमंत्रित करने वाले हैं, उनसे हम निवेदन करेंगे कि आप मंच के इस ओर से, आपके राइट साइड से ही मंच पर आएँ और वहीं से आप प्रस्थान कर जाएं। आप जब नीचे उतरेंगे तो आपके अवार्ड्स को हमारे मंच पर के जो सहयोगी हैं वो आपसे लेंगे ताकि उसे ठीक से पैक करके आपको वापस दे सकें। Ladies and gentlemen, with this I invite Mr. M. Jagarao, Deputy Director of Agriculture, to kindly be on the stage. We are awarding him with the silver, and the organization is Department of Agriculture, Andhra Pradesh, and the project is e-crop application. I request Mr. M. Jagarao, Deputy Director of Agriculture, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put some energy in the house and keep applauding for your people who are with you right here. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. M. Jagarao, Deputy Director of Agriculture, Organization, Department of Agriculture, Andhra Pradesh. The project is e-crop application, and he is getting silver award for this project. Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations once again. And with this, may I please call upon stage Mr. Anshul Kumar, District Magistrate. Mr. Anshul Kumar, District Magistrate, getting the silver award. The organization is District Administration Banka, and the project is a stepping stone towards strengthening healthcare services. Mr. Anshul Kumar, District Magistrate, receiving this silver award for District Administration Banka, stepping stone towards strengthening healthcare services. Ladies and gentlemen, with this now I invite Mr. Binay Kumar Jha, District Coordinator, DRDA Araria. Mr. Binay Kumar Jha, District Coordinator, DRDA Araria, receiving the silver award, District Magistrate Office Araria, and the project is Solid Waste Liquid Management. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Binay Kumar Jha, District Coordinator, DRDA Araria, receiving this Silver SKOCH Award for District Magistrate Office Araria, Solid Waste Liquid Management. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'm calling on stage P. Rachna, Project Director, and Mr. Mohammad Imtiaz, CEO, to kindly be on the stage. Madam P. Rachna, Project Director, and Mr. Mohammad Imtiaz, CEO. The organization is Chief Commissioner Land Administration, and the project is Citizen-Centric Services, and they are receiving the Silver Award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Let's have a round of ovation for our awardees. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam P. Rachna and Mohammad Imtiaz. And now I please call upon stage Dr. Shri Vyas, HM Project Director Kodi. Dr. Shri Vyas, HM Project Director Kodi, receiving the Silver Award. The organization is Center for E-Governance Karnataka, and the project is Karnataka Open Data Initiative, that is KODI, Karnataka Open Data Initiative, receiving the Silver Award, Dr. Shri Vyas, HM Project Director Kodi. Congratulations, sir. And with this, may I please call upon stage Dr. Unni Krishnan Potheri Vasudevan, Member Secretary. Dr. Unni Krishnan Potheri Vasudevan, sir, आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है. I request you to kindly be on the stage. And the award he is receiving is the Silver Scotch Award, Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, and the project is Young Innovator Program. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Silver Awardee, Dr. Unni Krishnan Potheri Vasudevan, the Member Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'm calling on stage Mr. Sujal Patel, Safety Officer. Mr. Sujal Patel, if you are here in the house, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Mr. Sujal Patel is receiving the Silver Scotch Award, and the organization UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center, and the project is Control Room, a single point hospital communication system. Congratulations, sir, receiving the Silver Award, Mr. Sujal Patel, Safety Officer, on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I please now invite Mr. Murthy, Chairman and Managing Director. Mr. Murthy, Chairman, Managing Director, receiving the Gold Award. The organization is Northeastern Development Finance Corporation Limited, and the project is Net Fee Micro Lending Scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Gold Awardee with us, Mr. Murthy, Chairman and Managing Director, Northeastern Development Finance Corporation for Net Fee Micro Lending Scheme. May I please now invite Mr. Girish Venkatarao Depkekar, Chief Officer. Mr. Girish Venkatarao receiving the Gold Award, Panchgani Hill Station Municipal Council, and the project is Sustainable Solid Waste Management. Sir, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Congratulations for receiving the Gold Scotch Award. I request Samir sir to kindly do the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, the organization is Panchgani Hill Station Municipal Council for Sustainable Solid Waste Management. Mr. Girish Venkatarao Depkekar, Chief Officer, with one more gentleman is receiving this award, the Gold Scotch Award. We are moving towards the Platinum Award. May I please call upon stage Mr. Mohammad Imtiaz, Chief CEO. And this is Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty, YSR Pension Kanuka. For YSR Pension Kanuka, we are giving away this Platinum Scotch Award to Mohammad Imtiaz, sir. And the organization is Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one more award left in this category, which is actually a gold award. Mr. Lokesh Chandrakar, Municipal Commissioner, Durg. Mr. Lokesh Chandrakar, Municipal Commissioner, Durg. If he is with us, I request him to kindly be on the stage. This is Municipal Corporation Durg, and the project is MMSSY, Mukhyamantri Shahri Slum Swasthya Yojana. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we are heading towards the next segment of awards. We request Ritu Mehraji, Chief Municipal Officer, Municipal Council, Itarasi, to kindly join us. Ritu Mehraji, if you are with us, I request you to kindly join us. Once again, I request Mr. Mohammad Imtiaz, CEO, to kindly be with us on the stage, and this award is for the organization Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty, and the project is APSERP Institutional Building and Capacity Building. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Mohammad Imtiaz is getting lots of awards. So let's have a lots of huge round applauses for him and for his different organizations and the awards he's getting for different projects. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving this award to Mr. Kamal Kishore, District Panchayat Raj Officer. This is the Gold Award, and this is for District Administration, Kanpur, Rural, for Model Village. If we have Mr. Kamal Kishore with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kamal Kishore, along with one lady with us, District Panchayat Raj Officer, is receiving this Gold SKOCH Award for Model Village, District Administration, Kanpur Rural. And may I now please call upon stage Mr. Ravikant Yamarthi, Mr. Ravikantji, Chief Executive Officer, receiving the Silver SKOCH Award for Logistics Sector Skill Council, for Logistics Sector Skill Council. And this is for the project Embedded Degrees. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for the project Apprenticeship Embedded Degrees, Organization Logistics Sector Skill Council, and we are giving this Silver SKOCH Award to Ravikant Yamarthi, Chief Executive Officer. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I please call upon stage Mr. Jay Singh. Mr. Jay Singh, Director, organization is Department of Revenue and Land Reform, Bihar. Mr. Jay Singh, if you are in the house, I request you to kindly be on the stage. I request Mr. Vinod Singh Gunijal, Mr. Vinod Singh, if you are with us, Mr. Vinod Singh. I request Mr. Maheshwar Bishoy, Chief General Manager, Mr. Maheshwar Bishoy, Chief General Manager, and Ms. Chandana Chakrabarti, GM, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, both receiving the Silver SKOCH Award. Organization is NTPC Limited, and their project is Commercial Billing through Robotic Process Automation, that is RPA. Mr. Maheshwar Bishoy, Chief General Manager, and Ms. Chandana Chakrabarti, General Manager, receiving the Silver SKOCH Award for NTPC Limited for their project Commercial Billing through Robotic Process Automation, that is RPA. Congratulations to both of you. With this, may I please call upon stage Siddharth Sunakia, DGM, and Pashuram Shahi, DGM. Siddharth Sunakia ji and Pashuram Shahi ji, we request you to kindly be on the stage to receive the Silver SKOCH Award, and this award is for the organization ONGC Videsh Limited, Conservation and Monitoring of Flora and Fauna. And this is a beautiful project, ladies and gentlemen, conservation and monitoring of flora and fauna, ONGC Videsh Limited. Siddharth Sunakia ji with us. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please call upon stage Mr. Abhinav Verma, Chief General Manager. Mr. Abhinav Verma, if you're in the house, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Shri Anant Sharma, at the same time Executive Director. Sir, we welcome you. Congratulations, you're receiving the Gold Scotch Award in this segment. Mr. Abhinav Verma, Chief General Manager, and Shri Anant Sharma, Executive Director. The organization is Power Grid Corporation of India Limited, and their project is Pugalur Trichur 2000 megawatts voltage source converter, that is VSC based high voltage direct current HVDC system. Congratulations to both of you. With this, may I please request Mr. Arvind Kumar, Managing Director. Mr. Arvind Kumar, if you're in the house. Mr. Arvind Kumar. I request Ms. Anupam Nidhi, Head CSR. Ms. Anupam Nidhi, if you are with us, ma'am, we request you to kindly be on the stage. Ma'am is receiving a Gold Scotch Award. Organization is Hindustan Zinc Limited, and their project is Sakhi. And such beautiful name of this project, Sakhi, ladies and gentlemen. Our own Sakhi, Ms. Anupam Nidhi, is heading on the stage to receive Gold Scotch Award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for women empowerment at the same time. Congratulations to both the ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more award in this segment. We again call Mohammad Imtiaz, sir, CEO, to receive this Gold Scotch Award for Society for Elimination for Rural Poverty. And the project is Chayuta Mahila Mart. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again for Mohammad Imtiaz, sir, receiving so many awards for his incredible work and receiving the Scotch Awards for his work. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Samir, sir. And with this, we are heading towards our another session, sir. बहुत सारे अवार्ड्स यहाँ पे मिल चुके हैं. एक बहुत ही सुंदर नजराना यहाँ पे हम प्रस्तुत करते हैं. हमारे कलाकार यहाँ पे हैं. आप सबके पेशे नज़र एक नजराना.
बहुत खूबसूरत नजराना है ये आप सबकी नज़र.
इत्थे हर रुत हसदी हो किन्ना सोना देश है मेरा देश है मेरा देश है मेरा किन्ना सोना देश है मेरा देश है मेरा देश है मेरा देश है मेरा.
धरती सुनहरी अंबर नीला हो. धरती सुनहरी अंबर नीला हर मौसम रंगीला. ऐसा देश है मेरा, हाँ ऐसा देश है मेरा. ऐसा देश है मेरा, हाँ ऐसा देश है मेरा. बोले पपीहा कोयल गाए हो. बोले पपीहा कोयल गाए सावन घिर के आए. ऐसा देश है मेरा, ओ ऐसा देश है मेरा. ऐसा देश है मेरा, हाँ ऐसा देश है मेरा. बहुत ही खूबसूरत शेर आप सबकी नजर.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this now we are heading towards our next session, which is of inclusion dialogue. And it would be talking about speeding social inclusion. For this, we have Mr. Sameer Kochar, Chairman, SKOCH Group, among with us, and also Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary, Department of Social Justice and Empowerment. Dr. Saurabh Garg is the Secretary, Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, and he was earlier the Chief Executive Officer of Unique Identification Authority of India. Prior to this, he was the Principal Secretary of Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, Odisha, where he worked on digitalizing agriculture and developing a direct income transfer scheme for farmers. Many more to credit for, sir. Thank you so much for joining, sir.
Welcome, Dr. Garg. It's indeed a pleasure to have you with us. I've had the pleasure of knowing you over your various hats that you've been wearing. And I think a very rich experience from grassroots departments to something as important as Aadhaar, and now something which is very incredibly close to my heart, social welfare and justice. You know, I've seen you in various avatars. And, you know, being a reform historian, the first question I'd like to ask you is, how do you think over the last decade or so, social welfare and social justice has kind of panned out? Has anything changed? What is the progress you'd like to change over?
So I would just like to first mention that thing that ensuring a life of basic human dignity is something which is the basis of social justice and social protection. And there is a very good index that has been developed now, which is called the Global Multidimensional Poverty Index, which looks at growth in 3 dimensions: health, education, and standard of living. There are 2 indicators for health, which look at nutrition and child mortality. Education looks at years of schooling and the school attendance. And there are 6 indicators for minimum, the standards of living, which includes cooking fuel, electricity, housing, water, drinking water, sanitation, and assets that a household has. And this is the index which in a way encompasses what the minimum dignity of human living that individual is expected to have, and the basis of social justice. And I think the changes that we have seen, in fact, if you look at it from 2015-16 to 2021, there has been more than a 16% drop in the people who were below the standard, the benchmark. And that has been possible because of the targeted programs for social security in each of these 10 dimensions that I mentioned. So the focus, and if I can also put it in another manner, that if you look at it, the people who require social justice can be broadly grouped into 3 kinds of sets. One is, which you can take across the age life cycle. You have children who might be street children or others. You have women who have maybe pregnant women, lactating women, safety is, and then you have senior citizens. So that's one set of people for whom social justice programs focus on. The second are those who are affected by natural disasters. They could be cyclones, floods, etc. They could be climate change-induced disasters, flash floods, etc. Then you have pandemics, epidemics which require. And then you have the third set of, which is a broader social inclusion focused on the marginalized and the vulnerable sections. So if you look at it, I can talk of the programs that are there, interventions on each of these 3 sets of people, but combined, the focus is on ensuring a minimum level of dignity.
That's absolutely wonderful to hear, because, you know, when we started in 1997, our motto was inclusion, mainstreaming the marginalized. And we've kind of lived by that, and we defined inclusion as social inclusion, digital inclusion, and financial inclusion, to which we have now added a 4th leg, which is sustainability. But, you know, inclusion is a very vast subject, and practically the job of all of the government is to deliver just that. But within that, of course, you have the verticals that bring in the focus, such as your ministry. And one of the things that you did mention is that you have these three broad groups, and you've been able to construct some very focused interventions that are addressing. Some of the recent ones I also saw you did something called PM Pradhan Mantri Daksh Yojana was there, SRMS is there. So if you could take us through sector by sector, how you've brought a higher degree of focus, that would really nice.
So if you look at, as you very correctly mentioned, that social justice is an across the government responsibility. And let me just talk of certain programs which contribute significantly to ensuring social security, social protection, social justice. The broadest, biggest one of them is the National Food Security Act, which provides 5 kgs of wheat or rice per household every month, and more than 90 crore people are who benefit from it. And this ensures that there is no hunger and starvation at any level, and this is the broadest one that you can talk of. The second, which is nearly as broad as this, is the Manrega program, which is the Rural Employment Guarantee Program, which assures 100 days of work to any person in the rural areas who does not have work, and it assures a minimum of wages that they can get. These are two extremely broad programs. You have specific programs, since a lot of bankers out here, they would be aware of the Mudra Yojana, the PM Swanidhi Yojana, which looks at street vendors, which looks at MSMEs and looks at specific. Then you have, when I was talking about the life cycle issues, you have the Poshan program, which looks at young children in the Anganwadis and in the midday, and in the schools you have the midday meals program, so which ensures a basic level of nutrition to people, young children and people who are in school. And then you have the Matritruta support program for maternity benefits to women to ensure that the loss in wages is taken care of. So, and then you have for the senior citizens, we have programs, or those who are shelterless, we run old age programs. In fact, we run more than 600 old age homes across the country, so that senior citizens who don't have a means of living or unable, then they're there. And of course, there are assistive devices. Similarly, if you look at on disaster related, you always have some kind of relief which is given, whether it's a pest attack or whether it's a drought, and you have specific programs. And then you have specific social inclusion programs, which focus on scholarships for those who are marginalized and underprivileged, focus on housing for the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana. And I mentioned about the multidimensional poverty index. So for cooking fuel, you have PEHEL. For housing, of course, PMAY. The Jal Jeevan mission to look at drinking water. The Swachh Bharat for sanitation. So for each of the different identified dimensions which are necessary for an individual to live a life of dignity, there are very, very clear and targeted programs. And I think that clarity is what is helping to ensure that it reaches the people. One other point which I want to mention, you mentioned about digital inclusion. And I think we haven't given digital, what should I say, penetration over the past decade, the importance that it should be given for social inclusion. 10 years back, I was chief executive of Aadhaar until early this year. Aadhaar was assumed to be a means of social exclusion, that people won't have the Aadhaar number and therefore they will get excluded. Now I can say we've reached a stage where digital penetration has ensured that digital means are the means for social inclusion, because every resident adult in the country has an Aadhaar. And we have reached that stage, and it is because of that we could do the DBT through the Jan Dhan Aadhaar mobile. In Jan Dhan, all the bankers are here, more than 50 crore accounts have been created. Mobile penetration is obviously so much more, around more than 90 crores. And it can be used whether it's a smartphone or a feature phone. You have the BharatNet program ensuring optic fibers to each panchayat. You have the Bhashini app or the system software which will translate real time from English or any other language to any other language. And then you have the more than nearly 5.5 lakh, nearly 6 lakh citizen service centers in the 6.5 lakh villages, which ensures that even if a person does not have access to a computer or a device, they can walk across and get support in any of these citizen service centers. So I think the impact that digital integration, in digital penetration has had on inclusion, social inclusion especially, financial inclusion of course, I think we need to recognize that and ensure that we further piggyback on this and ensure that the inclusion reaches each individual at the last mile.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, to sum up the discussion thus far, what Dr. Garg has just told us is that one thing that has changed is that the interventions in the social sector have become far more targeted. There is a lot of technology enablement. The targeting is better basically because of the technology enablement. There are far less leakages in the system. Also, the chain of linkages between the citizen and the government are being shortened using technology. But then there is another very important aspect, which is where mostly the programs historically have failed, which is the area of monitoring. So to how far, and I see now dashboards being used extremely extensively in the government. So what is that, and aspirational districts, etc. I think one of the key success factors is very, very intense monitoring.
Yeah. I think one of the essential features to ensure better monitoring is to be able to measure what you want to monitor. Because what you can't measure, you can't monitor. What you can't monitor will not happen, will not get achieved. And I think that's the point that I started off when I mentioned about the multidimensional poverty index. Looking at 10 dimensions, look at 10 indicators and look at monitoring. I think dashboards have become so much easier because real-time data can be fed in at the field level and which is then available at all levels to be accessed. Because of the use of technology, you are able to generate reports in any method of combination of fields that you require. We have, for example, a Prime Minister's Adarsh Gramya Yojana that we run, in which we look at 50 parameters for those in those villages which are scheduled caste dominated. There are 18,000 villages in the country which have scheduled caste population of more than 50%, and 29,000 villages if you reduce that benchmark from 50% to 40%. For each of these 29,000 villages, we have developed a dashboard on 50 parameters that we do, and there's a village development plan that is developed, and we give support that, and based on that, funding is given. So each of the departments has been able to develop these kind of monitoring mechanisms by the use of technology, by the ensuring that at the ground level there are people who can feed in this information, and that information can be fed by the use of a smartphone, of which more than nearly 60 crore now exist in the country, or through a computer which is available to a citizen service center, which out of the 6.5 lakh villages, nearly 6 lakh villages have. So it's a combination of infrastructure having expanded, a combination of minimum digital literacy being there, and identifying what is to be measured so that you can monitor and develop. And I think that monitoring is showing up in every field that we have.
So, your ministry, I mean, government in general, and your ministry in particular, seems to be laying a lot of emphasis on education as a tool for empowerment. I think close to 80% of your budget is allocated towards education. Yes. So what is the ethos behind it, and it's going to get more intense, or it's going to get into more diversified areas?
Yeah. So I think when we look at empowerment, we look at it in three broad areas. One is social empowerment, economic empowerment, and educational empowerment. Social empowerment is very often by means of legislation, which various legislation which is there. And implementation of that is at a much broader level in terms of awareness generation, in terms of ensuring that adequate punitive measures are there if there is any violation of basic human dignity at any level. And so that's again an across the board function. Economic empowerment which is something which a lot of the banks do, a lot of the programs, whether it's Manrega or a lot of the programs that are run. And in fact, we run a venture capital fund to develop entrepreneurship. And I think the contribution of entrepreneurship towards social transformation has not yet been fully focused on or examined, but the kind of benefits and the kind of collateral, what should I say, impact it has is so much more if there is entrepreneurs at the lowest level and the marginalized. But in order to achieve this, it's a very basic level of education is required. That's why we fund in higher education anyone from the marginalized, vulnerable, identified communities. If someone is going to do a master's or a PhD, we fund them fully. We fund anywhere up to right to education up to class 8 is, in any case, universalized. So from class 9, 10, 11, 12, to ensure that there are no dropouts in any of the communities or the groups identified as vulnerable, marginalized, deprived, we ensure that that should not be a basis for them to not go in for higher education. So we fund, in fact, top class, we've identified top class colleges, top class schools. So anyone who has merit and wants to join, we fund. So I think that's the basis that if a person is educated, then you can think of economic empowerment, then you can think of social empowerment. We don't focus on health because health itself is a much multidimensional. Ayushman Bharat and other programs are there, which are in any case universal, where there is a top-up, which is what the educational quality education, that is what we focus on.
And how has this been absorbed at the state level? Are the states performing better than before? Well,
in fact, I would say the states, many of the states have the top-up programs on the education part. If, let's say, we give X, they add a delta X to that and provide. If we are giving it to a set of communities, they have broadened that. So I think the states are fully integrated in the programs. Most of our programs are what we call 60-40 programs, 60% by the central government and 40% by the state governments. And given that the state governments and the districts and all our programs are implemented through them. So it's definitely a cooperative federalism approach that we follow, because social justice cannot be done at individual in a siloed approach. And I think the contribution, the support of the state governments across the country is something that we totally depend on.
So, you know, one interesting suggestion that came up this morning is on economic development. Of course, much needs to be done for the marginalized there. And the House was of the opinion that the cost of capacity building, livelihood linkage, etc., is a pretty high cost. And when they go as a fintech or an NBFC to lend to these people to set up the JLGs or the SHGs or whatever capacity they need to build, the cost is very high, and that cost then may not be affordable for the end beneficiary. So over a period of time, a lot of suggestions have been there. One suggestion we are talking about is a universal financial services obligation fund, or a central fund of some sort where, suppose your ministry is targeted on the marginalized. So could you not set aside some money which is going directly as an interest subvention, no strings attached, if there is a lending to the marginalized? Even if it's a modest amount, I think that would be a good start.
No, we have programs for interest subvention and giving giving support in credit at lower interests. In fact, we have 3 corporations who work on this, and there's a Vishwas scheme which focuses on interest subvention. Up till now, they had been working primarily with state government channelizing agencies. But I think over the past year or more, we are tying up with SIDBI so that they have a yojana called Prayas, where we would partner with SIDBI, and then SIDBI, the program Prayas, in turn, partners with a lot of microfinance institutions, so that the interest subvention that we offer from our department gets added to the support that SIDBI provides under Prayas. And hence that support can be given to the ultimate consumer. We had also, we had a credit guarantee separate trust mechanism, but we are merging with the credit guarantee trust of MS, Micro and Small Enterprise, CGT MSE. So that it's mainstreamed in that, and loans which are of a smaller volume can get that support, and the margin requirements can further be reduced. So this is an area that we would be happy, and on this platform I would be happy to invite, in case there's anything else, or how we can strengthen the interest subvention programs that we have, which are focused on the vulnerable, marginalized, and the deprived sections. We look forward to working with not only the banking sector, but the NBFC and the MFSI also, so that ultimately the end user benefits.
Yeah. So what we would do at SKOCH is we would organize a consultation between NBFCs, and now that we know that there is something called Prayas and there is an interest subvention available from the Ministry of Social Welfare and Justice, how better you can utilize that scheme. Is it a very good scheme? Does something need to be changed or tweaked for it to work better? And we would be happy to give those recommendations back. My last question to you, sir, is India is now in the Amrit Kal, and we're talking about a 30 trillion economy by 2047. So in this time frame, at the end, let's say thinking ahead to 2047, how does the social sector look to you?
So, in fact, the Vision 2047 or Viksit Bharat, that is something that I think each of the departments has been working on it for more than a couple of years. The social justice on the sector, the welfare sector is also, we have looked at each of the different groups that I mentioned, whether it's women, children, senior citizens, the marginalized communities. What needs to be done in terms of the social sector, the economic sector, the educational sector, and the health issues, and keeping in view what is the goal in 2047. I think that's something that each of the ministries has developed, is working, and at an appropriate time, I suppose there would be a formal, but those goals are very clear, that we want to be a developed nation by, if not before, latest by 2047. And what is the path that we have to take, that each department, each ministry, each sector is working on. And I think we should reach there, if not earlier, latest, definitely, what the vision of the government is.
Thank you very much. God's blessings be added to your work. We will be a developed nation with no woman, man, or transgender left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Request for a group photograph, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this was Inclusion Dialogue between Mr. Sameer Kochhar, Chairman, SKOCH Group, and Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary, Department of Social Justice and Empowerment. Once again, we thank Dr. Saurabh Garg. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, here we begin with our one more session. This is a seasoned dialogue, and the topic would be land reforms and inclusive growth. For this, may I please call upon stage Dr. Gurusharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman, SKOCH, and the seasoned dialogue would be with Mr. Ajay Tirke, Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development. I request Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman, SKOCH, to be on the stage. Thank you so much. And we have Mr. Ajay Tirke, Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development. He is, ladies and gentlemen, spearheading the Digital India Land Records Modernization Program under the aegis of Digital India. He has also conceptualized the integrated land information management services to cater the agriculture, food, financial institution, fertilizer, and other sectors. Sir, we welcome you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Very important subject and something which is what interests everyone. At the same time, very complex. And also on top of that, very, very disputive in nature, because India is known to be having that kind of land infrastructure wherein everything gets clashed with everything else. But it remains the most important unit. So in order to fix this problem, it was important that we initiate the computerization of land records. And that was something which was initiated in the year 1988-89 as a centrally sponsored scheme for computerization of land records. 8 pilot districts in 8 states were picked up. And these were not the easy areas, because that's exactly where we wanted to understand as to how do we see as the future unfolds. I happened to visit a couple of such districts, including Mayurbhanj and Rangareddy district. A visit to the SRO's office, it was still full of paper, but there was the presence of a computer, which there was an assistant. Once the ROR was done, the transaction is done, he was inputting the data in computer. And I could see very systematically it was up to date. And at the end of the day, it was batch transferred to the MRO office and then further down to the revenue department. And that was only in order to bring in certain level of transparency, but taking away the manual system, converting into computer system. GIS was a new technology at that time that was deployed. It worked very well. Those were the days when we took baby steps. Come 2014, Digital India, and the entire landscape of the country changes thereafter. 2016, we launched the Digital India Land Records Modernization Program, DILRMP. And there were 3 important components which came to be associated with that. One was the National Registry. Second was the ULPIN, which is the Unique Land Parcel Identification Number. And third was the Land Information Management System, LIMS. Put together, it has already had a wide-scale, far-reaching impact on India, may not be visible to the naked eye. So, I would like to start with as to where exactly are we and what are we doing about it.
Good morning everyone. So, let me start stating that land management is the core of governance. And whichever way you look at it, the moment you do something for land management, you are impacting governance across sectors. Just to give you an example and a flavor of how these structural changes are connected to each other. We all heard about the minimum support price scheme. But exactly a farmer which has something like a 5 acres land, exactly we don't know whether the produce which has come from the farmer, A, is actually from the 5 acres of land which he has done the tilling one. B, whether the farmer who has claimed to do 5 acres of land, the produce which has come to the mandis exactly relates to the 5 acres of land, or whether he has actually done the cultivation only at 3 acres of land. C, whether the funds which get remitted from the mandi to the farmer is actually correctly reflects the quantum of value of the produce. 3 issues. How this can be accurate, how all these structural issues can be actually reflected on the system and the banks, the farmer, the mandi, all of these stakeholders get to know that the systems are in sync with each other can only come through computerization and digitization of land records, where all the stakeholders are able to see all these issues on a particular platform. I'm just quoting an example. So that is the power of computerization and digitization of land records. It helps the citizen or the farmer to exactly get the exact value of his produce. I'm just quoting an example again. Very promptly, very transparently, and where all the stakeholders equally share the information. So I'm just quoting an example. Now, this computerization and digitization of land records, what we have been doing, has impacted not only food sector, it has impacted agriculture sector. Now we're talking of AgriStack. It will impact AgriStack. It has impacted infrastructure sector. If you talk of Gati Shakti, which all of us know about it, Gati Shakti will get the Gati only with good computerization and digitization of land records. And when we are moving from computerization and digitization of land records, now we are also talking about georeferencing of land records. The georeferencing of land records will come through the second stage of digitization with the georeferencing features which we are going to introduce, which we have introduced rather, in many states through georeferencing of land parcels. So, irrespective of any sector, even the financial sector, the financial banks, mortgage, very important. The driver of the economy is sales, mortgage, etc., will only happen when computerization and digitization is 100% across the country. As of now, just to share, we have done something like 95% of computerization and digitization of land records. Pan-India. The registration also, what has been talked about, the SROs is again 94 to 95%. The 5% which is left over is basically the northeastern states. It has its own issues because large parts of the northeastern states have not been surveyed. But the good news is that in this year, we have been able to make a breakthrough in the northeastern states as well, where we had called all the autonomous councils in the northeastern states. And we have introduced them to the computerization and digitization benefits and the, what they can avail of if they modernize their land governance. So hopefully that 5% will also get taken care of. Having said that, what I'm stating is that from computerization and digitization of land records, we have moved into georeferencing through Bhu-Aadhaar or unique land parcel identification number.
We'll come to
Yes.
that. So in fact, when we say that there has been huge amount of achievement, it's always exemplified by numbers as to what we already have done. Yes. So you mentioned that 95%, of the revenue villages have already been covered. Nearly the same number or higher, the SROs have already been interconnected, and they are also connected with the revenue offices. Yes. Add to that, more than 80% of digitization of mapping, relating to mapping has also been achieved. So when we are looking at such large numbers in such a short period, we understand that you're trying to fix a problem. But the change management, the governance or government process re-engineering becomes a challenge. How did you look into the capacity building, managing the mindset change, and the process re-engineering?
Yeah. So, all these are very challenging issues. One, land and its management is actually a state subject. Everyone is aware of it. Each state has its own way of looking at it. Their systems are a little bit different across states. So what we have done is that we are using technology to the best extent possible. So the answer to all the challenges, when you have a varied sort of systems across India, large country, many states, and each state at a different level, technology is the answer. That is the point I'm trying to make. The challenge is the variety and the various systemic, arrangements across states. But when you introduce technology, and for our purpose, when we introduce technology, whether it is computerization of the record of rights or the digitization of maps, cadastral maps we call it, we introduced it pan-India. We allowed all states to use it. And when they started using it, ultimately you get something like a unified structure somewhere down the line. A very tested example is the e-registration, which you have already talked about. So it's a national platform. It's a application software. And when we introduced it to the states, there was always the hesitancy. But when they understood the benefits of the NGDRS, we call it the NGDRS, states after states came in and adopted the NGDRS, the e-registration platform. And in a very short span of maybe 2 years, the e-registration system, all of us are into it because all of us do the registration of their properties, etc., etc. That is what we do. In a short span of 2 years, the number of documents which got registered is 2.5 crores. And the revenue we generated, this application software is 4.5, the value of that application software is 4.5 crores. And we got a revenue generated of 1,32,000 crores in just 2 years.
So when we are talking
So
about,
this is, yes.
when we are talking about revenue, one interesting aspect of land is that disputes. We have approximately 2.5 million hectares of land which is locked in disputes. The estimated cost of that is somewhere around $200 billion. That needs to be unlocked.
Yes.
How do we do that? Because, when we go to the courts, it remains there. And you are introducing the entire land reform system, bringing e-courts and the revenue courts together.
Yes. Actually, this is very interesting because I'll draw your attention to something which is the core of capital formation. All of us will understand this. There's a book called The Mystery of Capital. It's written by a Peruvian economist called Hernando Soto. He mentions that land, if it is not locatable, let us use that as within quotes, land which cannot be identified, which cannot be put into the into a particular system and public infrastructure system whereby the land can be transacted, then that land is a dead capital. That is what the economist had to say. And precisely what we did in the Department of Land Resources is that we realized that this is very critical. The land is a dead asset if it is not put into the public systems, and the transactability features are not there, then that land is a dead capital. So therefore, we introduced the Bhu Aadhaar, or the unique land parcel identification number. And states after states, they are so enthused by that, that states after states have started moving into the Bhu Aadhaar, and in a short span of 1 year, we have done something like 9.75 crores of land parcels have been assigned Bhu Aadhaar. What is Bhu Aadhaar? Bhu Aadhaar is just a 14-digit unique ID, which is assigned to the land parcel. You and I, everyone has a land parcel. The entire country will get a Bhu Aadhaar in a year's time. That is my understanding. With that 14-digit unique ID, you are able to locate, identify your land, and the system, the public infrastructure system, is able to locate yours. If the government, through a scheme, wants to push a schematic benefit to that particular individual who holds the land, it is prompt, it is sharp, it is accurate. The government will be able to push the scheme benefits exactly to the person who actually is eligible. So that is the power of Bhu Aadhaar.
So stepping, back a little, the land also suffers with some kind of hazy calculation in terms of the unit, in terms of the measurement and so on and so forth. Somewhere it is called khasra, somewhere it's called khatani. I mean, different names, different languages, and different measurement and different metric systems. Moreover, the data has also been very hazy. So this is the inheritance we have had from the days of the Mughal or otherwise from the days of the British. So this is a 1,000, 2,000-year-old problem we are trying to sort and trying to make it legible, interoperable, usable, as well as, which can be adopted by people. So it's been a Herculean effort going that way. On top of that, transliteration is required. So you have gone miles ahead on that. Would you like to highlight that?
Yes. So, as you said, now, if I hold a land in, say, Maharashtra, and if I have to, being a Marathi, I need to invest in Tamil Nadu. The land records in Tamil Nadu are in Tamil. The land records in Kerala, for that matter, are in Malayalam. So what we did is that we have worked on a pilot project on the transliteration of land records. These linguistic barriers across states need to go. That is the effort which we are making. The moment the linguistic barriers are done away with, there will be a pan-India, a system where an investor, you may be from Maharashtra, but you are able to visualize and see the land records if you are investing in, say, Tamil Nadu or Kerala or whatsoever. So we are working on that, and the pilots in the 9 states are successful. We are about to launch it. I'm just waiting for the arrangements to be put in place, and we'll be launching it. The moment that is done, the pan-India systems will be in place.
Well, that's quite an interesting perspective. I wish we had more time, but yes,
Yes.
we did talk about Alpin. It is also going to be adding to the ease of living as well as ease of doing business.
Business, yeah.
So on the go, just a few sentences if you could add to that.
Yes. Unique land parcel identification number, as I have already talked about it, Bhu Aadhaar, what we call it. It has both the features. It helps you, the individual, the citizen, for ease of living, because you are carrying a Bhu Aadhaar along with yourself. But at the same time, with the Bhu Aadhaar, because it has the transactional interoperability features, transactional features, therefore the same Bhu Aadhaar, the georeference Bhu Aadhaar, will help when you're transacting, for that matter, your land. Because the land is georeferenced, there is a Bhu Aadhaar to it, the data can be picked up by the system for interoperability for transactional purposes. So that is the beauty of it. It helps by way of ease of living and for ease of doing business.
So there has been a great achievement already, and in last 6 to 7 years, we have come a long way.
Yes.
So 95% we've already achieved. Another 5%, I guess, another year or two, we will be 100% operational, and
Yes.
India will soon start receiving the benefits of this implementation, which is really going to go a long way in India making a developed country, because that value in land is going to get unlocked by 2047. It's going to have a long-term impact.
Yes.
and going to be adding to the ease of living, to the ease of doing business. Congratulations for having to go such a mile, made these things possible, leveraging technology. And let's look forward to having a bright future on that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We really thank Gursharan Dhanjalji, Vice Chairman, SKOCH Group, and Mr. Ajay Tirke, Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, for this wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are heading towards our third segment of awards. And for that, may I please request once again Samir sir and Dhanjal sir to kindly be on the stage and give away the awards. I request Samir Kocharji, Chairman SKOCH, and Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman SKOCH, to kindly be here. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I please invite Mr. Pratul Saxena, Project Director, NPMU, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put some energy. Once again, let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Pratul Saxena, Project Director, NPMU, and their organization is Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, and the project is Atal Bhujal Yojana, and they are receiving Gold SKOCH Award for their project. Congratulations to Mr. Pratul Saxena, Project Director, NPMU. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I please invite Mr. Pankaj Sharma, Regional Lead, NUDM. Mr. Pankaj Sharma, if you're in the house, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Mr. Pankaj Sharma, Regional Lead, NUDM, is going to receive gold. If we have Mr. Pankaj Sharma with us, may I please call upon stage Dr. Ramesh Mittal. Dr. Ramesh Mittal, if you're here. We have Mr. Pankaj Sharma ji with us. Dr. Ramesh Mittal, if we have Dr. Ramesh Mittal ji with us. Dr. Chandrasekhar P, Director General. Dr. Chandrasekhar P is with us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. Director General is receiving Gold SKOCH Award. National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management, that is managed. And the project is Agri Clinics and Agri Business Centers, AC and ABC scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Chandrasekhar P, Director General, receiving Gold SKOCH Award. With this, I request Mr. Ajay Tirke, Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, to kindly be with us on the stage. Mr. Ajay Tirke, Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, would be receiving a Platinum SKOCH Award. The organization is Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, and the project is Digital India Land Records Modernization Program, that is DILRMP. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ajay Tirke, let's have a huge round of applause for sir receiving this Platinum SKOCH Award for Digital India Land Records Modernization Program. Thank you so much, sir.
You know, Gursharan and Tirke Saab has already thrown a lot of light on the project, but I must share with you, this is something that at SKOCH Group we have been promoting for a very long time, digitalization of land records. And as a reform historian, I can tell you, sir, the kind of enormous impact it is going to happen on the economy of the country, especially in the financial markets. Because now with digitalization, it would be possible to have clear titles. Therefore, you could have, let's say, real estate-based mutual funds. there are no saving instruments for the poor at the bottom of the pyramid, other than exchange trading funds like gold. But imagine if the poor can buy 10,000 rupees worth of land. And so the impact of this is, and then land is collateral, and you don't have enough collateral to unleash the credit. So imagine if you have credit title and you even hold 50,000 rupees worth of land units, you could use that as collateral and take a loan against that. So sir, God's blessings be added to your work. Sometimes you start a small thing, you don't know how enormously it's going to change the country. As a reform historian, I'm telling you, God's blessings be added to your work. Something you'd like to say, sir?
So, as we discussed, what we are doing is basically these second generation reforms. The first reforms came by way of the ceiling reforms and the consolidation of land parcels reforms, etc., etc. But this is the second generation reforms which will catapult the country to the $5 trillion economy or whatever you call it. This is the start point of the second generation reforms, and there's no end to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it will also, I can't stop on the equitable distribution of land and resources. Very, very important.
I just want to add to that. Whatever we are doing, I mean, for all of you, this is the reform, this is the initiative, this is the reform which has a universal application. Computerization and digitization and modernization of reforms has a universal application. It does not look into sectors. It does not look into groups. It looks into pan-India solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And once again, I call upon Mr. Pankaj Sharma and Dr. Ramesh Mittal. If you are in the house, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Well, thank you, gentlemen. With this, we end this segment of award. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are heading towards a very interesting session, that is chat with Rohan. Rohan sir would have a chat with Mr. Chandrasekhar Ghosh, MD and CEO of Bandhan Bank. I request both of them to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Rohan Kocharji with us, Director of Public Policy, SKOCH Group.
मैं पहले किराने का दुकान चलाया करता था। पहले पैसा मेरे पास नहीं हुआ करता था क्योंकि मैं खुद कहीं स्टाफ था। तो बाद में फिर मैंने सोचा कुछ अपना किया जाए। आपका बंधन बैंक है, वहाँ से मैंने फैमिली लोन लिया। 30,000 का जो मिलता है वो सप्ताह हमको 500 रुपया देना पड़ता था। वो करीब 3 साल तक चला। फिर हमें कुछ बड़ा करने का मन किया तो मैंने फिर अपना लेदर केमिकल का बिजनेस चालू किया। वो हमें काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया क्योंकि हमारा लोन जो है वो पहले तो 1 लाख रुपया दिया था, वो फिर 1 लाख रुपया जब क्लियर मैंने कर दिया तो फिर अभी वो 2 लाख रुपया दिया है, वो 2 लाख रुपया में चल रहा है। और उसी से मैं केमिकल अपना बिजनेस काफ़ी बड़ा कर पाया हूँ। और आज मेरे साथ मैं अकेला ही नहीं, मेरे साथ 2 स्टाफ भी है। तो लोन के वजह से मैं अपने बिजनेस को काफ़ी अच्छा कर पाया हूँ और मैं अपने आप को आशा करता हूँ कि अभी जो हमारा लोन चल रहा है वो लोन मैं पेमेंट जैसे फुलफिल करूँगा, हमें और बड़ा लोन मिलेगा और मैं अपने काम को और बड़ा कर पाऊँगा।
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Chandrasekhar Ghosh, MD and CEO of Bandhan Bank with us. Mr. Ghosh has been one of the foremost proponents of microfinance in India, and he has more than 30 years of experience in microfinance and development spaces. We welcome you, sir, to this session. We also have Rohan Kochar, sir, Director of Public Policy, SKOCH Group. He's an advocate and holds an MBA in Public Administration and Management from University College London.
Thank you. Without any further ado, Mr. Ghosh, we saw Ramdev Pandit, a leather chemical salesman from Tiljala Road, Kolkata. Mr. Ghosh, many know the legend and the legacy that you have created, but not many know the man. A senior central banker once said, Chandrasekhar Ghosh speaks the language of the poor. My father lived in poverty for the first 18 years of his life, and he always says, only a poor man can know the value of a meal on the table. You grew up in rural Tripura in a small village near Agartala. In fact, you would start your mornings before going to school by sweeping the floors of a sweet shop that your father had started. Would you credit your humble beginnings to the bond and the connect that has helped you transform millions of lives?
Thank you. Yes, any values created to myself, it has first come from my family. And my father was in a very small sweet shop owner, and but a very big thought. Always thinking on that, the children will become as a bigger entrepreneur. So that thought has come from his side. I worked with him before the school, after the school. I know how can make the sweets. If one of the employee has not come, I help to my father to do it. And the couple of 2-3 things is I can like to mention on that is today now I realized, it's not that time I have been like to realize on that. The small shop, some sweets are broken, and there is every week there is a 1 day for heart. And he sent me with the broken all sweets to sell on the street. I done it. And this is the meaning, cost effective. No thing you can lose. And we are. Second point on that, when the hard day, the lots of people are coming to the shops, and that time, not as an urban shop. So many people are sitting for it. My job was there, I am standing to observing who are without paying going out. This is called monitoring and supervision. So very good way to learn, and of course, I have been like to introduce in my microfinance model how closely we are monitoring it and how cost-effective way we can provide the credit to them, and they also happy, and we also can be like to grow. So this is, we are learned from my family, my father, and because we born is a low-income family, we know that how it is painful. I have the one half pant, and every Sunday I washed it, clean it, and Monday to Saturday I again used it. I don't know how many shoots now we have. So that time was in a very good learning has given from that level. So I feel proud with my father and parents, though he is not now alive.
Mr. Ghosh, you are someone who feels deeply about the cause of poor and disadvantaged women. In fact, in Bangla, you call them Ma or Sonera, which means mothers and sisters. And in 2001, you started Bandhan as a society for the financial inclusion and empowerment of women. When you had just finished your master's in statistics from Dhaka University, at your father's demise, you had to bear the responsibility of your family as the eldest of 6 siblings. Did this experience make you more adept at understanding the plight of poor women in India?
No, if you see that it is a very bad time for the family on that. And the father lost, all of the children are studying. I just completed my master's. Immediately I need a job. Then I got a job in NGO. How that NGO, I do not know what I can do, but I have need the money. And that NGO helped me to given the chance to go to the rural, to understand the rural people's life, which I get the job on that and mobilize the people of the rural areas who are poor, especially women, to build up their awareness, how they can be contribute to the family and society. This is the job. And that job have been given a good eyes with me. And I worked in that country. There is one organization, is an NGO. And I went to the village. I saw that one of the gentlemen are sleeping in the day. Then I asked him, why you are sleeping? You will go to the work. He said that no work today. And then he said these 3 months will not get the job. And this is in crisis month on that. So how you will be like to run the family? So he said that I'll sell the advanced labor. We'll get the money from the landowners today. In the time of harvesting, I'll give it that labor in that time. In that period, there is the season time per labor cost was in 75 rupees. He sell it 15 rupees in advance. And he said that after that he will purchase some potatoes, boiling with the water, eat all, and sleep for 3 days. Every 3 days they will eat. I am surprised on that. So what is the fact? And at that time my pocket has the 50 rupees. I given to him. And I have been coming by bicycle. I'm thought about it, how many people like this and how much money I can pay. Until they are not coming as an alternative income source, this cannot be removed. So this is they've been worked, and learning has given to me to big way how it can be like to do something on that.
Mr. Ghosh, on that note, let us share with our live audience that joins us today at the Constitution Club of India for this episode of Chat with Rohan and our hundreds of thousands of viewers on social media, the story of Dolly Biswas, who is a Rakhi manufacturer, a mother and a sister who has greatly benefited from the help that you have provided.
আমাদের আগে গাড়ি ছিল, তো গাড়ি মানে অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট বা অন্য কিছু হতে গাড়ির অবস্থা খুবই খারাপ হতে গাড়ি আমরা বেচে দিয়েছি। বেচে দেওয়ার পর আমাদের আর্থিক অবস্থা খুব খারাপ হয়ে গেছিলো। তো আমি একটা কোম্পানিতে, রাখির কোম্পানিতে কাজ করি। তো ওখান থেকেই আমি কিছু পয়সা নিয়ে সংসার চালাচ্ছিলাম, কিন্তু তাতে আমাদের চলছিল না। তো তার জন্য আমরা রাখির ওখান থেকে আমরা মাল নিয়ে এসে তো কাজ করছিলাম, কিন্তু তাতেও আমাদের পয়সার অসুবিধা হচ্ছিল বলে আমরা বন্ধন ব্যাংক থেকে লোন নিয়ে কাজটা শুরু করি। প্রথমে আমাদের কারিগর খুবই কম ছিল, কমের মধ্যেই কাজ করেছি। এখন আমাদের আস্তে আস্তে উন্নতিও হয়েছে, আগের থেকে আমাদের অবস্থা খুবই ভালো এবং কারিগরও আমাদের বেড়েছে। এক বছরে আমরা 30 লাখ কম বেশি রাখি করি এবং এই রাখি ভারতবর্ষের সব জায়গায় আমাদের রাখি সাপ্লাই করা হয়।
gentlemen, that was Ms. Dolly Biswas, a Rakhi manufacturer from West Bengal, who was sharing her story of how Mr. Ghosh and the organization, the institution that he built, helped her in creating a sustainable livelihood. Mr. Ghosh, you're a fighter. Not only did you fight conventional money lenders who used to charge an exorbitantly high interest rate to small business owners, and you had studied in the 90s in Kolkata the plight of small business owners there, you also fought the chit funds and the collective investment schemes, and this came at a personal cost. There was physical violence inflicted against your employees. There were absurd rumors and allegations spread to smear the good name of you and your wife, saying that you are involved in human trafficking. How did you battle these odds to take your message to the people?
I give you the one example on that. No, actually, our country people, the low-income people, are depend on money lenders, and of course, this money lender is very powerful in the, especially in the rural areas, on that, even urban. So one day I have been entering to the village, and in front of just to way off one of the grocery shop. And I am entering, and some people has come in front of me. Where are you going? I am going to this village. Why? Then I given my introduction. They said, no, you cannot go. Why? He directly told me that we are lending to these people and earning the money. Why you are coming to give in the money and our business will like to stop? And there are, of course, some political background is there. And I try to convince to them, they are not listening. And trying to come as a physical hassle. Then I going to the another way on that. In front of grocery shop, I showing him, do you see, this is the shop, there is a cigarette which is make in a double standard. Some part is in cigarette, some part is in cotton. Yes, because this shop also is a biri. So yes, what you like to say? Sir, you are given the money who are cigarette picker. I am given the money who are picking the biri. It's not matching. Why you are attacked me? I am given that this poor people, you will not give the money to them. And say that it is okay, you can go. And this is the way we are communicating to them and to save us. But after that, when the group formed, women are more or less have been getting the benefit. Then when they are coming next time, so women are coming front and say that the last 20 years we are living this village, you are not coming to give that things, help to us. They are giving the help. Why you come on that? Immediately they have been left on that. So women is a very powerful matter on that, to save us from that level of the people. Second point on that, why the women are trafficking? Main cause matter on that, if you see, the village level, husband are suddenly died. Women, wife are not earner in the Indian large number of family. If you say that, women are not earner, what they will be do? And they will be like to get that time is going to trafficking. Their children is, daughter is trafficking. This is happening on that. So when I give the enterprise in their hand, and they are started to earning with the husband also. So when husband any time it has been like to expired, they are not in a trafficking. They are happy to run their family with their income. This is a big way to change the society on that. And it is a trafficking have been stopped. Even moneylender also reduced their rate and they are changed their model of lending because of our presence in that areas. So that is, I feel that is a very good change has come to the society.
Mr. Ghosh, in October 2010, the Andhra Pradesh government had promulgated an ordinance that nearly killed the microfinance industry. Bandhan at that time was the largest MFIN in the country with 1,050 branches across 15 Indian states. 50% of the business was in West Bengal, 70% in Eastern India, with a loan book of 1,500 crore rupees. SIDBI had picked up a stake of 50 crore rupees. The fate of the microfinance industry hung in the balance. There was tremendous pressure. How did you manage to ride out the AP wave and make sure that there was no impact or ripple effect on the microfinance industry?
No, if you see that the cause of this AP crisis, there is a perception on that the microcredit is charging very high interest rate. So that time we are not worked in a AP and Telangana as a current. And we are practiced from the 2001, the beginning, every 2 to 3 years, we have revised our interest rate to the customer on the basis of our balance sheet. Because when we are scale, our cost of operation has come down, and we are passing on that. So this is the way we are making on that. But finally, when this case has come, I again checked on that how we can be again reduce on that. And I calculate my balance sheet. I find out on that the 2/3 of this, the cost of lending are going to bank to borrow money. And 1/3 is a cost others. Out of this 1/3, 2/3 is an HR cost. I cannot reduce. And balance 1/3 of 1/3 is my administrative cost, which is the office cost. I have the one office, 9 plastic chairs, 1 table, 1 tube light, 1 wooden rack, and 6 staffs use bicycle. No calling bell, no peon, no accountant. So that I cannot reduce this 1/3. I cannot reduce my HR cost. I only can be like to think about it, my cost of fund can reduce. But if I like to cost of fund reduce, I have need from the bankers can be like to reduce the rate. So bankers cannot reduce. Then I have been talked to the regulator, that the RBI and government, can you permit me to take a public deposit, which can be helped me to reduce my cost of fund, and again I will be like to reduce the lending rate. And RBI said that no, without a bank, we cannot give this permission now. So actually, AP has been given the big opportunities to me, thought about in banking. And that time I thought, that why not I will become a bank. And if you recall, AP crisis has come 2010, and 2010 March, budget have been declared, new bank license will be given. I prepared myself to apply for a bank license, though all the people, my internal, external PR group said that I am a mad. I cannot get the bank license. So this is in history of the AP. I hope that I have been feel proud that have been given the opportunities to me, the lending rate is reduced, and also reached to this large number of population of our country, which is now, bank have the 3 crores customer. Out of that, the 2 crores are women, and which is the low income group. I feel proud about it to reach to them.
Mr. Ghosh, speaking of your interaction with regulators, You are someone who believes deeply in transparency, personal and organizational integrity. In fact, you used to submit to RBI officials who were even remotely connected with rural credit a monthly progress report on your work, even though you were not required to do so. From the prism of social, corporate and corporate governance, what is your vision for the future, Mr. Ghosh?
No, if I see that I have been very limited experience and knowledge in that time about the corporate. But I feel that if we like to become a big, we will be like to strong governance system. And our information, which is for public as needed, we should be like to pass on that. And I hope that this is very important for any big organization. This can be maintained on that. So we are gradually always developed on that part, how we can be transparently informed to the people about the organization, performance, challenges and opportunities. So whatever we have been started in that time, it has been helped us now.
Mr. Ghosh, the year was 2015. You were on a visit to Narayanpur. There was a lady who almost tripped in an effort to get a photograph clicked with you. This lady's name was Baby Answari, and there was something very special about this lady. She lost her eyesight at birth, ladies and gentlemen, while she was still in school. The family that she was married into did not accept her. She was living in a shanty near the Kolkata airport, and her whole means of sustenance as a family was a husband who used to drive trucks to pick up Pepsi bottles. He found himself out of means, and it was a 6,000 rupee loan from Bandhan Bank that enabled her to start a plastic waste business. Her latest loan was 34,000 rupees, and this lady said, "I will not miss my eyesight as long as sir is with us." Mr. Ghosh, in a sense, was this the rebirth of the Bandhan that you had created post the banking license?
I'm very surprised in that day. I recall because you mentioned I have been long time back. When I talking, I do not understand about it. She lost the eyes. She's talking as usual on that to me. And finally, when I finished the visit and coming, then she is also coming with me on the road. It seemed like as a normal person on that, the lady. So of course, this is a feeling proud moment on that when I heard about it. She is a blind and she is running is a good enterprise and earning the money. And that is in minute. If you see that not only that one of this, the mother, the lakhs and crores of mother, how they are given their hard work to survive or coming out from that the poverty is an example of the country that we can be like to change the society, family. And of course, because she is earning and she got the more importance in the family. And husband is not violent to anything, no, misbehave with her because she is earning. This is the real, the empowered, women empowerment. And of course, the women, when they are empowered, and I give another example on that, talking on that, which my learning. Women is my mother. So mother is a CFO. The best CFO in the family is a mother. 6 children, my parents, income is lower than demand of my mother. How she manages? If I say that my wife, only one son, income is higher than the demand. Who is the best CFO? Mother is the best CFO. So in that sense, a low income family, mother playing is a best role as a CFO to manage with a minimum income, satisfy the all children benefits. Asking ice cream, she is managing. Asking some dress, she managing. When they are involved in income, we get some money from the us, and they are happy that they are not asking the money from the husband, and they are fulfill the children's demand from her income. It's a proud moment on that. We can recall of that every people when they first get the job and earn the money first month salary, how we are feel proud. And the same thing they are happening on that. Then automatically they are energized, their strength have been increased, and they are make their success of their enterprise. So I feel proud of this, the people when I go to the field of that.
Mr. Ghosh, thank you very much for joining us on this episode of Chat with Rohan at the 95th SKOCH Summit on the state of inclusive growth. On a parting note, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear from Shalini Shaw, and the quote of the day, if I may say so, from Mr. Ghosh, MD and CEO of Bandhan Bank, is the mother is the best CFO. She's a vegetable seller from Kolkata. Let's hear from Ms. Shalini Shaw.
4 भाई थे हमारे ससुर के, 4 लड़का हैं। चारों लड़कों में सिर्फ मेरा ही मतलब शादी हुआ था। मैं केवल जो है उनसे हेल्प ले करके तो दुकान स्टार्ट की। मेरा लड़का उस समय पैदा ही हुआ था जिस समय प्रॉब्लम शुरू हुआ। फिर 5 साल का हो गया। एक ट्यूशन पढ़ाने लेडी आती थी, वही बोली कि भाभी आपको इतना प्रॉब्लम होता है, सारा समय रोते होते रहते हैं, तो आप चलिए बंधन से लोन करवा देते। यदि बंधन नहीं रहे तो हम कहाँ से पैसा लाएंगे? बंधन बैंक से ही हम लोन लेते हैं, फिर से मेरे यहाँ माल भर जाता है। बंधन ऐसा ही है जो मतलब लगता ही नहीं कि ब्याज दे रहे हैं कि क्या दे रहे हैं, कुछ समझ ही नहीं आता है। देते दे मेरा ऐसा शुरू हो जाता है दुकान ना अप्रैल मई महीना से, फिर मैंने मज़े में एकदम सब रहते हैं हम लोग।
Ladies and gentlemen, you were listening to Chat with Rohan. Life after universal financial access. This is our next session, which would discuss about delivering on financial inclusion. And for this, we have Mr. Samir Kochar, Chairman, SKOCH Group, as moderator for this session. We also have Mr. Gigi Memon, Executive Director and CEO, Sadhan. Mr. Rajesh Deshmukh, General Manager in charge, Bank of Maharashtra. Ms. Poppy Sharma, General Manager, Central Bank of India, and Mr. Dharamveer Singh Shekhawat, General Manager, Bank of India. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, I'm inviting Mr. Samir Kochar, Chairman, SKOCH Group, Mr. Gigi Memon, Executive Director and CEO, Sadhan, Mr. Rajesh Deshmukh, General Manager in charge, Bank of Maharashtra, Ms. Poppy Sharma, General Manager, Central Bank of India, and Mr. Dharamveer Singh Shekhawat, General Manager, Bank of India. I welcome each and everyone on the stage for this session.
Hello. Well, welcome to this panel. As you all know that we are, the bad news is we are terribly behind schedule. The good news is that our panel is extremely eminent and therefore able to concentrate their wisdom in shorter sentences. And I will keep my discussion very, very focused because it is about life after universal financial access. So we don't want to understand what is financial inclusion, what has happened, etc. But I think since morning, what we've discussed is that in the past 10 years, India has become a universally banked country. The credit outreach gap, which was calculated by the Rangarajan committee, has come down substantially. So there is a mechanism to give credit that is there. So having put the plumbing in place and having put the technology in place and having enabled the fintechs, what next can be done? So our thinking from SKOCH Group on this is that whatever possible technology problems were there have already been solved. In fact, to an extent that for the past few years, probably the financial inclusion agenda, which is essentially a poverty alleviation agenda, has been hijacked by pushing technology. But now that all this plumbing is there, what do we do with it so that we get outcomes? So one key factor, of course, is livelihood-linked credit. Unless and until people can use this credit productively, they cannot pay back and they cannot come out of the vicious poverty cycle. But rather than that, what we are finding is that the unsecured loans and personal consumption loans are going up. How do we bring the balance back towards livelihood-linked credit? One key issue there is that for consumption loans, there is no cost of outreach. I mean, people simply ask and you give them. But when you give livelihood-linked credit, then there is an element of financial literacy, there's an element of capacity building, what good old-fashioned development banking used to be. So is there a need to rediscover that, or what do we do? This is one point. The second point is the onus of this seems to have been passed on to the NBFC, MFI ecosystem. And why that is the case is possibly it's not a banker's job any longer to do the kind of development banking it used to do in the socialism era, because most of the banks are now publicly owned. They're traded and they're accountable to their shareholders. So they have to find intermediaries who could possibly do this job. The question then is, who will foot the bill for the intermediary? Because very often times we find that NBFCs are accused of charging very high interest rates, like 24%. But maybe less than 24% is not even viable. So what is the cost of financial inclusion? What the interest rate should look like could be one part of the discussion. The part two of the discussion, of course, is even with the financial inclusion, the instruments available for the poor, like micro insurance is somewhat there, micro pensions, almost non-existent, micro savings, almost non-existent, micro market instruments, almost non-existent. So why are these products not there? And one of the ideas we gave this morning again was that now that the land records are being digitalized, perhaps you can bait exchange traded funds which are based on land. So which are almost as less risk as gold or something like that is maybe a good investment for the poor. And the third big idea that we've discussed since the morning was that since it is a given that there is a cost of capacity building and lending, there could possibly be a universal financial obligation services fund, which can then be used for interest subvention. Let bankers do their job, but maybe 2% of their profits, instead of parking that in CSR, they could park it in this universal financial services obligation fund that goes towards interest subvention to NBFCs, MFIs, or whoever cares to lend to the underbanked and the underprivileged. So these are some of the big ideas. You may agree with them, you disagree, you may have other ideas, but let me get the ball rolling with Mrs. Poppy Sharma, who's General Manager, Central Bank of India. How do you think this could pan out?
Hi, hello, good morning everybody. I'll just start with something the previous panelist said about the nationalization of the bank, how it fueled how it was conceptualized to bring in financial inclusion. And I think public sector banks have been struggling since then for this inclusion, but we could not reach it. Remote areas, branches were made to open. Our staff would not want to go there, but somehow we managed working there. Come 2014, this Jan Dhan started, and the Jan Dhans actually revolutionized the financial inclusion scenario. Banks would not see commercial sense in going to the rural areas. Now, there was commercial sense. NBFCs, fintechs, private banks are now queuing up to open branches in rural and semi-urban areas. Now, what happens after this? The first question that I would like to ask myself is financial inclusion done completely? My answer would be no, because I think most of the states in the country are still in the middle phase of inclusion. So how do we complete that job? There's a lot to do in that area. Now, part two of the question is, when the financial inclusion has actually happened, what is the next? Does financial inclusion automatically lead to financial growth? Again, my answer would be no. It is not the end. It is just a means. How we use financial inclusion and reach the ultimate goal of financial growth. Now, coming to that again, there is another part post. What I'm trying to focus on is the post-universal inclusion. What comes next? The focus of the government in its sustainable development growth was to enhance the cognitive and non-cognitive development in children. This was one a major agenda. Now, when this growth happens, the development happens, we have seen a huge amount of development happening, because I'm a core banker and I've worked in places like Chhattisgarh, where I have seen lives turn around of people, particularly women, as Mr. Ghosh has very rightly said. Women actually change this exact scenario. There is a lot of development and children are getting educated and coming out. Now, when this thing is happening, there is are we catering to the behavioral shift that is happening in the demographics? What happens when these children get educated, when they are self-sustained? Do they want to still stay in those areas where they grew up, or they want to move out? Now, where do they move out? They move out to the cities and where the employment opportunities are there. Now, we need to create opportunities in those areas in order to clog the already overused urban areas that we have right now. So this was one part. There is a study that I went through. It was published in this year only, in May, where there was a correlation that was they were trying to establish a correlation with the inflow of information technology, how information technology was fueling the link between financial inclusion and sustainable development growth. Now, the study was very interesting, because whatever we thought about the digitization aspect fueling the development, it was not exactly happening. Though the divide between the countries which were, the states where the penetration of mobile and internet, the gap between the penetration where the states is highest and the lowest, the gap is reduced. However, the growth, when we consider the growth, that is not reduced. That proves that the information technology was not actually helping it out. So what next could be done, my take on it was, and also I think everybody would accept, the main reason behind it was, even though digitization was happening, the digital literacy was not happening. So I think the digital literacy is one part we have to seriously focus on, so that the instruments of finance that the government is coming out, the social security schemes, people are aware of it, and they know how to use it, and they are able to focus on it. Now, my final take, while I close up my argument, is that we have to shift our gear a bit from financial inclusion to financial growth. For that, there would be a 3-point agenda from the demand side. I think we should focus on the availability and the affordability of the instruments that we have. On the supply side, the digital literacy we need to propagate, and the accessibility of the instruments that are there. And on the governance side, again, there is we have to be very careful about the protection of the consumers here, because the people whom we are targeting here are very gullible and in the very initial nascent stage of development. So they tend to be get cheated very fast. So the consumer protection has to be there, and the quality, institutional quality needs to be maintained. So that is my take on what would be the next stage post-universal.
Thank you very much. I come to Mr. Dharamveer Singh Shekhawat, General Manager, Bank of India. Mr. Shekhawat, as a reform historian, I have kind of had a ringside view to all this financial inclusion story. And the first time the term was used was by Mr. Chidambaram in his 2004 budget. The backdrop was I think the 74th round of NSSO survey, or some round of NSSO survey, which said that a very large percentage of cultivated and non-cultivated households do not have any access to credit, whether from the organized sector or the unorganized sector. And so therefore, to address that, they said we must do financial inclusion. So it was to be a graduated approach, open bank accounts and create the plumbing so that there is access to credit. Now, somehow over the year, this entire definition of financial inclusion, which was the problem statement was access to credit, has been narrowed down to access to a bank, not access to credit per se. And banking now, I would say, is by and large ubiquitous, while Poppy says that still there is some ground to be covered. What would be your take on that? That, where are we on outreach of banks? And then where are we on credit? And more so because Bank of India has been one of the pioneers in livelihood linkages and SHG development, etc. Do you think that kind of development banking is any longer possible? And what is the role possibly that intermediaries can play?
Thank you, Kochar sir. Fortunately, you are talking about Mr. Chidambaram's period when he was finance minister. I was posted in Ratnagiri, and I was holding the position of lead district manager. And that's why it's very close to my heart, because that times the slogan was given, doubling of finance to the agriculture. Recently, the slogan was given, the doubling of income to the agriculture, but that time it was the doubling of finance to agriculture. And we used to prepare annual credit plan with the help of NABARD's output given in the annual the survey, and with the help of administration, with the collectors, with the DRDA, and other key departments. That was the time when the necessity was felt, and it was moved. One idea was moved to onboard a higher number of the customers, especially from the rural area. And basically, India still resides in the rural area. सिटी में भी जो रह रहे हैं उनका बेस भी आज भी रूरल में है, और वो पीरियड जो था जिसमें स्टार्ट हुआ था, बट जो कैटलिस्ट का काम किया वो जब जनधन योजना में अकाउंट को ओपन करने शुरू हुए और 51 करोड़ के करीब अकाउंट्स ओपन हो गए, एंड देन फिनटेक कंपनीज आई और यूपीआई आया, एनपीसीआई केम विद यूपीआई एंड डिजिटल बैंकिंग आया, और जिस पीरियड में कोविड-19 पेंडेमिक आया, that time given the fillip to the digital market and more financial inclusions and more financial literacy and awareness and use of the banking channels apart from the traditional walk-in business. So that was the turning point. And I'm happy to say, and I beg to differ with the madam, there is lot of development. I'm still having the roots in the village. I'm visiting minimum twice during the year, staying for not less than a week each time. I'd seen the people in the rural area, they are getting their work done through e-mitras. So e-Mitras has played a vital role in bridging the gap, because people are not literate. Rightly said by Madam that digital literacy is still the challenge. But e-Mitras has, to certain extent, to the great extent, they have fulfilled that gap. And similarly, the BCs, that is business correspondents, they have played a vital role in bringing the sea change in the rural area. Now, at a click of button or with a phone, mobile phone, UPI, we are able to pay to the vendors, may it be vegetable vendors or milk vendors or the auto rickshaw drivers or anyone. Looking to the success of the UPI, now the Singapore government, Singapore is one of the advanced economy and advanced country, has also adopted for transfer of the funds from Singapore to India using UPI. So India, I am looking as a leader in the transformation of the digital platform, including banking. No, my fellow colleagues will agree that we are aggressively canvassing and pitching for digital lending in the banking, starting from this personal loans, then home loan, before that the different PM, our PM Mudra, then Swanidhi Yojana, street vendors, and lot of things automatically being done through the taken care by system. So I must give the credit to the developers of the technology first. At the same time, the government's vision for giving this challenge and opportunity to the bankers, and at the same time, the response of the public for giving this. And a lot of NGOs and other organizations, maybe FICCI or even your own SKOCH organizations, who are taking part and bringing the gap by promoting the new developments, including the digital lending and financials. Thanks.
So this brings me to Gigi. You know, I think the banking sector certainly does deserve a round of applause for having made this universal banking possible. Can I ask for a big hint for the bankers here? Now, with e-Mitras and BCs and digitalization, I think, and the jam trinity, the plumbing is no longer a problem. But now, how do we press the pedal on poverty elevation through credit linkages, livelihoods? And I think that's a piece, a very important piece where Gigi Menon sits, which is the NBFCs. And, you know, like any businesses are wont, they would like to go in for lower hanging fruit. Even Shekhawatji mentioned that there is a growth in consumption credit. Well, I don't think consumption credit is bad. It's just that if it's only consumption credit, then there is a big problem. And I think now RBI is going to make things increasingly difficult for consumption credit to happen or grow as fast as it's been growing. The challenge now really is not reaching out. The challenge is capacity building and building absorptive capacity of credit so that people can't just borrow, they can also pay back. What stops you from doing that, Gigi? For so many years, there was a cap on interest rate you could charge, and the end result we found was that the unbanked and underbanked areas remained underbanked and unbanked.
Thank you, Samirji. In fact, first of all, let me compliment you for choosing this kind of a topic. Generally, forward. So that is one good thing I feel as far as this session is concerned. Secondly, when you say financial inclusion, it has several components. It's just not opening a bank account and having a savings account or getting a credit. It has got other components like insurance, pension. I mean, of course, payment system, we have payment and remittance, we have much more. It's also a part of the component. So in this, if you see, one thing we have achieved is that we have been able to achieve a great success as far as opening the banking account through the PMJDY program. And now almost 85% of the adult population has a bank account in the country. That is number one. Savings, to some extent, yes, it has happened because although there is no specific scheme for savings, but savings have been happening. That's what we have seen in the PMJDY accounts also. In 51 crores of bank account, there's a balance of more than 2 lakh crores. That's also number two. Number three, credit. That is an area which we have done a great progress, in fact. In fact, if you see the credit now, it has, if you see the National Sample Survey data, around 66% of the population has credit facilities from the formal financial institutions. Formal financial, including the NBFCs and microfinance institutions. So that is also a progress we have done. But there are two components which are totally not moved much. One is the insurance part. That's an important part. Number two is the pension. Although government has good intentions and good schemes, like under the pension we have a Adult Pension Yojana. Under the insurance we have two schemes. And there is also a scheme for the health insurance. But the progress as well as the coverage is still, it's a long way to go. Now coming back to the topic, what is that we to know more? See, I am representing microfinance institutions. Sadhan is an association of microfinance institutions and also a self-regulatory organization assigned by Reserve Bank of India. We have more than 220 members who are doing microfinance activity. But when you say loaning or providing credit, microfinance institutions still remain at a level of 20,000, 30,000 or 40,000. Doesn't go beyond that. The average lending is around 43,000 rupees at the moment. So with this, how much you can progress? So the next step I feel is looking at not only giving credit, how to enhance the capabilities, how to enhance the capacity to do bigger business, to move into enterprise activities, to move into an activity which can give them higher income level, as well as to get employment for at least one more person. We have seen the microfinance institutions have lent around 3.52 lakh crores as on 31st March. Now it must be around 3.6 or 3.7 lakh crores. But then, what is the level of enterprise which is just generated? That is something which we need to look at. Even SHG Bank Linkage Program, which is a government program under the NRLM, the program has been doing extremely well. Around 2 lakh crores is outstanding. But what is the average ticket size? And what is the kind of activities these borrowers are taking up? There is an area which we need to look at. So increasing the capacity and helping the members to get into better enterprise activities, higher enterprise activities, getting higher level of income. That should be the next level of our thinking when you say financial inclusion. Or I would say it's a financial health we should be talking about. Or financial well-being we should be talking about. Financial inclusion is already almost a gone case. It's also almost a completed case. But then we should be looking at financial health. So how to improve the financial health. So for which increasing the income is the next priority, and for which definitely, as you said, there has to be some kind of a support, some kind of a support for the purpose of for the capacity building of the smaller borrowers and making them become a bigger entrepreneur. For example, for your information, Sadhan, we have been working with some of the donor institutions, including Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We are trying to do a program to support at least 1 million women borrowers in the country by helping them to grow their business. So that is something which we have started doing it. But that is a very small number. When you say that when our total population is more than 120 billion or 140 billion, 1 million borrowers may not be a big number. But that is something we have started. This is a kind of direction probably we should take, and that is the next level of financial inclusion I would be looking forward for. Thank you.
Coming to Mr. Rajesh Deshmukh, you are with the Bank of Maharashtra. he also mentioned NRLM, which is, development banking in other form. Now that seems to be doing very well. Now, how is that possible? Because, as I said, that there is a cost of capacity building. I mean, how does that scheme look like? Do you get some interest subvention? Do you get some money to form the SHGs? How does exactly it pan out? Because finally, at the end of the day, someone has to spend the money to do that. And is that happening in some way, or how's the bank doing it?
Thank you. Good afternoon. As SCG, NRLM he is speaking about, see, this is a very, everybody has three basic needs, roti, kapda or makan. And for that he has to earn sustainable income. So what we have already mentioned about consumption credit, that everybody needs to get that satisfaction about roti, kapda or makan. Then, and for that, we have to provide a micro credit to these SHG members. First of all, their internal lending should be there, their this savings should be there, and accordingly they will go ahead. So this is the one thing, and then only they can sustain and they will get the sustainable income. Second thing, what we see nowadays is that one more thing I would like to mention here, that being a Bank of Maharashtra, we have one trust like Gramin Mahila Balak Vikas Mandal, that is GMBBM, through which we are working for these women who are working in rural area, and we are promoting SHGs and also to improve their sustainable income. So this is also one thing we are going through. One more thing I would like to mention here, that there is one trust in the Karnataka state, that is SKDRTB, Sri Kshetra Dharmasthala. Mr. Jimmy Menon must be knowing that. So that is also working fine in the state of Karnataka. Almost they have provided 17,000 crore of credit to the SHGs in the state of Karnataka. And with the coordination with this trust in the state of Maharashtra and also in other states, we are going to implement this model through Bank of Maharashtra.
Thank you very much. Anyone has any questions to the panel? So, since there are no questions, I'll just ask for one closing comment, because I am looking for an answer that I still did not get, which is, and I'll ask each one the same question. So is there a cost to give livelihood linked credit? And if yes, how much is it approximately? Starting with you.
Your question is about the cost of
giving livelihood linked credit.
Okay.
And what would that approximate delta be?
Basically, while discussion, there are two aspects which I think remain replied. One was about capacity building.
Yeah.
So I think all the banks are having the RCT in their respective districts, where they are playing the role of the lead bank, which is empowering and giving the training to the rural masses for different selective activities, so that they can improve their capacity and capabilities. And all those who are taking the training from them, banks are linking them with the finance. That is the one aspect which I think I forgot to mention. Now, question comes about the costing, the pricing.
Yeah, the RCT must be costing something.
Yeah. So now, since the banks are the commercial institutes, they have to take the deposit and give the advances, and at the same time mitigate the risk also by making the provisions for the bad loans or NPAs. Challenge always remains that from our side, whatever we are giving, it's always based on the asset and liability, the ALCO, asset liabilities of the banks managing the asset and liability. So NIM is already for the nationalized banks. I don't think any nationalized bank is having 5% or 6% of the NIM. it is hovering about 3%, 3.5%, or maybe sometimes less than that. NIM of the NBFCs is much, much higher. But regarding ultimate costing to the borrower, so banks' rate of interest at present, I think it is reasonably good. In case it is felt high, then government is coming for the rescue with the subvention, interest subvention. And in this matter, I don't think if banks will be able to contribute in much way, because always target is to improve the bottom line. And there is always the risk, regulatory risk. Just for example, for a consumption credit, the capital requirement has increased from 100 to risk-weighted assets increased 100 to 125%. It will cost to the banks. So for the general also, I think the government should come up with the either SIDBI through SIDBI or through Exim Bank or through other institutions for giving the interest subventions for providing the loans at a competitive rates.
Exactly. So, you know, my experience has been, and maybe it's dated, these RCTs are a very strange beast. You know, they train people in livelihood and then they don't give them any credit. The credit linkage of people trained by RCTs. I have an example somewhere in South India. I went to look at a bank's intervention and there was an RCT in a district. And in that district, they were teaching tailoring. So there were like 200 or 500 tailors that were trained. Now, who will they stitch for? Each other? So obviously they are not credit worthy. So while RCT is the church arm of the bank, the state arm, which is the credit, is not linked with it. That used to be at least largely the case. It may have changed. Now, why that is the case? Again, because if you actually have to get them into a real business and enable them, then RCT won't cut it. You actually have to spend a lot more money to do that capacity building. And that cost. So the bankers very rightly feel that it has to come as a interest subvention. I have held that for a very long time, because what we are not giving as subvention, then we are giving as free food, free ration, free this, free that. The cost of welfareism is hundreds of times more than cost of this subvention. So, Gigi, you should be brave and answer that question.
Yeah, I'll tell you. In fact, I was about to tell what you told just now, Samirji. We have so many RCTs, almost every district has a RCT, and this training programs are happening. There are similar kind of institutions which also provide vocational training through other institutions also. But how many of them are being helped to become an entrepreneur? Entrepreneur means just not livelihood I am talking about. Just as you said, you know, just giving a tailoring training and giving a tailor machine is not going to help them in keeping, I mean, they can just earn some money out of that, but that can't be the full-time earning for them. So there should be a program or a conscious approach to help the borrowers. And I don't say that every borrower can be an entrepreneur. That is also a fact. You have to choose the right kind of entrepreneur from the eligible members, and then give them the kind of training, give the kind of hand-holding which can help them to build a bigger enterprise. Bigger enterprise means which can at least provide them a full earning for the entire family, and maybe one or two additional, like we saw some of the case studies here just now. If they can employ one or two more people, that is the best way of doing it. Definitely there is a cost for it. And that cost would be, see, what I have worked out is that, because I was telling that we have a program with Bill and Melinda Gates, as well as we have also working on a program with Oxford University. It comes to around 10 to 12,000 rupees per person. It's a amount which has to be met. Who will meet that?
It's 10 to 12,000 rupees per person. Who would then borrow how much?
No, that is for the purpose of providing the capacity building and
so you spent 12,000 rupees training someone.
Yeah, and hand-holding.
And hand-holding.
Yeah.
You did all of that.
Yeah.
At the end of it, what will be the ticket size that he will take credit?
Exactly. So if you are able to get a loan of at least 2 to 3 lakhs rupees or not more, then only you can have some kind of a substantial engagement with that money. So there should be a higher amount, higher ticket loan, the number one. And that too, it can't be, see, in our system of
So a very roundabout answer that I have managed to wheedle out of GG is the cost is about 5 to 7%.
5 to 7% would be the cost of that, definitely. And that needs to be subvented. There is definitely some source of subvention that I don't think government alone can do that. CSR would be one of the sources which we can look at. Some of the donor institutions will be able to provide some kind of funding support, but that may not be sufficient. And also maybe we have to create a kind of a fund or create a corpus which, as you were talking about, I mean, of course, CSR is already a corpus to some extent. In addition to that, if we can create some kind of an additional corpus from bringing some kind of fund from the income, from the income sources, that could be one way of doing it. Definitely it has a cost. It is a cost for capacity building, it's a cost for hand-holding, the cost for lending. When you say lending, see at the moment when microfinance lend, they lend around 22 to 24%. But then this kind of lending cannot be through the group mechanism. It has to be an individual lending. It has to be individual lending and not at a rate of interest of 24 to 24 or 25%. It has to be subsidized, quite subsidized, maybe 16, 17% or so. So there has to be some subsidization happening. Okay, so then only it can work out.
Thanks a lot, Judge Gigi. We have to cut in here. So, so since we have the answer that, there is an additional cost of 5 to 7%, and the financial sector is certainly unable to foot it. So where is the money coming from? So that is where, we have had some answers since this morning and even in the past. One good way is a universal financial services obligation fund, where the entire financial sector, not just banks, the entire financial sector, which is regulated, would put in 2% of their profits into this universal financial services fund, much like you had that telecom fund, but it became a disaster, which is another story. But maybe this will be better managed. How it can be better managed is that this fund can go straight away into a direct interest subvention to NBFCs and MFIs, no questions asked, as long as they're giving it to the targeted population. There has to be no success fee, no employment generation, nothing. Just give them 7% as cost of whatever they lend and be done with it. The other way of getting this is that there are so many ministries. So you'll have social welfare ministry, you'll have tribal affairs ministries, and you'll have state governments, and everyone is putting a little money together. And all of them put that money together, they don't know what to do with it, so they end up giving to SIDBI. And SIDBI sits on it. The laziest institution I have seen in my life is SIDBI. They never do anything. So instead of giving it to SIDBI, why can't we give it to this Universal Services Obligation Fund, which can possibly sit in a development finance institution or in the private sector, or a SPV can be created for that. Or maybe it can be given to SRO, it can be given to Sadhan, it can be given to MFIN. Just give it to these guys who are doing it. And let them decide who is the eligible person, who is not the eligible person. If you trust them to be SROs, also trust them to be doing meaningful interest subvention. This is the long and short of, I am not a very well-educated person. I was a bellboy. I started my life. I am not an economist. तो मुझे तो बहुत बड़ी मोटी चीज़ समझ में आती है. किसी को पढ़ा लिखाने के लिए 12,000 रुपये लगते हैं. पूरा फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी मार्केट पढ़ाने के सेबी देता है 50 रुपये. हमने तो करना छोड़ दिया. We realized that it was costing us 12,000 rupees, and what was available from financial inclusion fund investment was 50 rupees. Why would anyone do it? Because the comprehension of regulator and the government on cost of capacity building, cost of creating absorptive capacity is extremely little, and what they don't realize is this is the cost of 7 decades of governance failure, which we are now paying back as welfareism, and you're giving 1 tola gold and 1 lakh rupees and this, that, and the other, free ration. I mean, you add of all that up, I mean, it will still be, the interest subvention required would be a fraction of all of this. So with that, we come to a close of this panel. I hope you, those of you who are brave enough to agree with me can raise their hands. So only 2 people. Okay. How many, any more brave hearts? Okay, so with that, we do just a group photo and we break for lunch. Thank you.
And here I thank all the distinguished speakers who are present on this stage. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, as Samir sir already announced, here we take a lunch break, but it would be a short lunch break. So I request you to kindly be back to the venue in another 40 minutes. And the lunch venue is just behind the stage you are seeing. You have to go to the right exit and you will reach to the venue. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll see you in another 35 or 40 minutes maximum. I request you to kindly take care of time slot and be back on time. Enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. आप सभी को हम प्रीति भोज के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं.
Hello, hello, hello. Check, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. And once again, I welcome you all to 95th SKOCH Summit 2023. पुनः आप सभी का मैं स्वागत करती हूँ, अभिनंदन करती हूँ। इसी के साथ हम हमारे स्कॉच अवार्ड्स के अगले सेगमेंट की ओर आप सबकी प्रतिभागिता के साथ अग्रसर होते हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, to do the honor, may I please call upon stage? Okay, sir is already here. Mr. Sameer Kochar, Chairman SKOCH, and Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman SKOCH. They are here to give away the awards. So here I announce the next segment of awards. May I please call upon stage Mr. Kamaljeet Singh Randhawa. Mr. Kamaljeet Singh Randhawa. Ladies and gentlemen, once again I request you to put some energy in the house. Mr. Kamaljeet Singh Randhawa, we are giving away this Silver SKOCH Award to him. Organization is Basic Enterprise Private Limited, and their project is Innovation in Home Loan. Ladies and gentlemen, now I call upon stage Mr. Girish Luthra. Mr. Girish Luthra, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the organization is FISERV, and their project is Lending Solution. And we are giving a Silver SKOCH Award to Mr. Girish Luthra for Lending Solutions. Let's have a huge round of applause for Kamaljeet Singh Randhawa getting this Silver SKOCH Award for Innovation in Home Loan, Basic Enterprise Private Limited, FISERV. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Girish Luthra for FISERV Lending Solution. Now I call upon stage Ms. Josie Bai, Executive Director, and Ms. Babita Mohan, Project Head. Ms. Josie Bai, Executive Director, and Ms. Babita Mohan, Project Head. They are going to receive the Silver SKOCH Award. Their organization is Ares International Maritime Research Institute, that is AIMRI, and the project is Industrial Maritime Skill Training. With this, I call upon stage Mr. Apurva Malviya, Managing Director. Mr. Apurva Malviya, Managing Director. The organization is eHerix Technologies Private Limited, and the project is Seekho or Kamao. Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving away Silver SKOCH Award to Mr. Apurva Malviya, Managing Director, eHerix Technologies Private Limited, for his project Seekho or Kamao. With this, I invite on stage Mr. Maraganga Reddy. Mr. Maraganga Reddy ji, we welcome you to the stage. Please come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, organization is Telangana State Cooperative Marketing Federation Limited, and the project is Agriculture Commodities Procurement System, that is MSP. Mr. Maraganga Reddy, along with one more our guest, we are giving away the Silver SKOCH Award. Mr. Maraganga Reddy, along with the team. Ladies and gentlemen, Telangana State Cooperative Marketing Federation Limited, Agriculture Commodities Procurement System, MSP. Thank you, gentlemen. With this, I call upon stage Mr. Arvind Kumar, Managing Director. Mr. Arvind Kumar, Managing Director. We are giving a Gold SKOCH Award. Organization is Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited, and the project is, ladies and gentlemen, utilization of caged drone for inspection and refineries. Utilization of caged drone for inspection and refineries, Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited, and here is Mr. Arvind Kumar, Managing Director. Thank you, gentlemen. With this, I call upon stage Mr. Pavan Kumar Gupta, HR Manager. Mr. Pavan Kumar Gupta, HR Manager, and Mr. Debasis Chakrabarti, Business Development Head. I request both of you to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the organization is Toman Engineering Limited, and the project is conversion of ICF coaches to NMG coaches at Southeastern Railway Workshop, Haldia and Kharagpur Workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pawan Kumar Gupta, HR Manager. Now I request Mrs. Rajkumari Hada, Program Director, Mrs. Rajkumari Hada, Program Director, to kindly be on the stage. We are giving away Silver Scotch Award for Directorate of Women Empowerment, Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Rajasthan, I Am Shakti Udan Scheme. This is for I Am Shakti Udan Scheme. Mrs. Rajkumari Hada with us, Program Director, Directorate of Women Empowerment, Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Rajasthan. I Am Shakti Udan Scheme. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. I request Mr. Dharamveer Singh Shekhawat to kindly join us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Dharamveer Singh Shekhawat joining us for Gold Scotch Award. This is for Bank of India and the project is MSME. This is for Bank of India, MSME, Mr. Dharamveer Singh Shekhawat on stage to receive Gold Scotch Award. And now I request Poppy Sharma ji to kindly be with us. Poppy Sharma ji, ma'am, we request you to kindly be with us once again to receive the Gold Scotch Award. This is for Central Bank of India Strategic Digital HR Transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Poppy Sharma ji with us to receive this Gold Scotch Award. And may I now invite Rajesh Deshmukh, GM in charge. Rajesh Deshmukh ji, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Mr. Rajesh Deshmukh, General Manager in charge, Bank of Maharashtra for Financial Inclusion. This award is for financial inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, Gold Scotch Award for Bank of Maharashtra, and Rajesh Deshmukh ji is receiving this award. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm inviting Rachna Iyer, Head Corporate Social Responsibility, IDFC First Bank. Rachna Iyer ji, I request you to kindly join us. Madam Rachna Iyer, Head Corporate Social Responsibility, IDFC First Bank. IDFC First Bank Limited is the organization. And this is for Shwet Dhara, Transforming Lives for Daily Farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, Shwet Dhara, Transforming Lives for Daily Farmers, and receiving the Gold Award by Rachna Iyer ji. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm inviting Mr. N.K. Basavaraju, Chief Mechanical Engineer. Mr. N.K. Basavaraju, I request you to kindly be on the stage receiving Gold Scotch Award for Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, unique 1 crore accidental relief scheme to KSRTC employees. This is the project for which this award is giving away to Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, with this now I invite Mr. Siraj Ahmed, JPC Posham Abhiyan. Mr. Siraj Ahmed, JPC Posham Abhiyan, I request you to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, organization is Women Welfare and Child Development Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and this is for Project Sambhav Abhiyan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Platinum Scotch Award we are giving away to Mr. Siraj Ahmed, JPC Poshan Abhiyan. This is for Women Welfare and Child Development Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and the project is, which is appreciating we, is Sambhav Abhiyan. Ladies and gentlemen, with this now we are moving ahead to our next segment of awards. For this, may I please call upon stage Dr. P. Rachna ji, Project Director. I request Dr. P. Rachna once again to join us on the stage. This is for Silver Scotch Award. Chief Commission of Land Administration, Andhra Pradesh. This is the organization, and the project is Mutation and Title Deed Cum PPB. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. P. Rachna, Project Director, receiving Silver Scotch Award for Mutations and Title Deed Cum PPB. And now I invite Mr. Rohan Ghuge, Chief Executive Director. Mr. Rohan Ghuge, Chief Executive Director, request you to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for Zilla Parishad Wardha. This is for Zilla Parishad Wardha Mission Dips Thumb. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Silver Scotch Award for Zilla Parishad Wardha for their project Mission Dips Thumb. And Mr. Rohan Ghuge and another gentleman is here to receive this award. Now I call upon stage Mr. Saju Wahid, A, District Magistrate and Collector. Mr. Saju Wahid, A, District Magistrate and Collector, I request you, sir, to kindly join us on the stage. I request Mr. Dinesh Chandra, District Magistrate. Mr. Dinesh Chandra, sir, welcome you. Kindly join us on the stage. This is for District Administration, Behraj. Production of Nappies grass, self-dependence for availability of green feeds, especially for the stray animals and domestic animals throughout the year. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dinesh Chandra, District Magistrate, receiving Silver Scotch Award. May I please call upon stage D.S. Kushwaha, Director, Public Instruction, Bhopal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for D.S. Kushwaha, Director, Public Instruction, Bhopal. The organization is Directorate of Public Instruction, Madhya Pradesh, and this is for CM Rise School Program. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Silver Scotch Award. And to receive this award, we have D.S. Kushwaha, Director, Public Instruction, Bhopal. And one more gentleman with us. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I please once again call upon stage Dr. P. Rachna Ma'am, Project Director, to be with us on the stage. This is for Chief Commissioner of Land Administration, Andhra Pradesh, and the project is YSR Jagannan Swasth Bahu Mariu Bahu Raksha Prathakam. And this is the Silver Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen. And now I call upon stage Dr. Devansh Yadav, IAS Deputy Commissioner, Kishtwar. Dr. Devansh Yadav, IAS Deputy Commissioner, Kishtwar. This is for District Administration, Kishtwar, and Back to School initiative to enroll out of school ST student is the project. For this, we are giving the Gold Scotch Award to Dr. Devansh Yadav. Dr. Devansh Yadav is receiving this award for District Administration, Kishtwar, Back to School initiative to enroll out of school ST students. I call upon stage Mr. Siddharam Salimat, Collector and District Magistrate. Mr. Siddharam Salimat, I request you to kindly join us on the stage. Collector and District Magistrate, District Administration, Ahmednagar. Automatic Toll Plaza Monitoring is the project. We are giving away Gold Scotch Award. And to receive the award, we have Mr. Siddharam Salimat, Collector and District Magistrate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put some energy and let's have a huge round of applause for the awardees one by one, ladies and gentlemen. We have the team here. District Administration, Ahmednagar. And now I please call upon stage Nupur Goyal, Chief Development Officer, Meerut. Nupur Goyal ji, if you are with us, I request you to kindly join. I request Mr. Biswajit Modak, WBCS, Additional District Magistrate Development, Birbhum. District Administration, Birbhum, and the project is Anand Path. Sir is receiving this Gold SKOCH Award for District Administration, Birbhum. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Biswajit Modak, Additional District Magistrate Development, Birbhum, with us. Now I call upon stage Dr. Pola Bhaskar, Commissioner of Collegiate Education. Ladies and gentlemen, if we have Dr. Pola Bhaskar ji, Commissioner of Collegiate Education, with us. Sir, we request you to kindly join us on the stage. This is for Commissionerate of Collegiate Education, Andhra Pradesh, for the project Digital Inclusion in Education. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you once again to put your hands together, put some energy. These are the very prestigious awards by SKOCH Group, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Gold SKOCH Award. And to receive this award, the whole team is here, along with Dr. Pola Bhaskar, Commissioner of Collegiate Education. Congratulations to each and everyone who is present on the stage to receive this award. Next, I call upon stage Mr. Anil Kumar R, Joint Secretary to Government and Joint Director IT Finance Department. If we have Mr. Anil Kumar R along with us. Sir, we welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Anil Kumar R, Joint Secretary to Government and Joint Director IT Finance Department, Organization Finance Department, Government of Kerala, and Medical Insurance for State Employees and Pensioners, that is MEDISCP. This is the project for which they are receiving the Gold SKOCH Award, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Anil Kumar R is receiving this award along with one more gentleman. Thank you so much, sir. With this, I call upon stage Dr. Rajesh, Deputy Director, IT Department of Agriculture, Bihar. Dr. Rajesh, Deputy Director, IT Department of Agriculture, Bihar. Department of Agriculture, Bihar, integrated online platform to... If we have Dr. Rajesh with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for integrated online platform to cater DBT of government subsidies. Ladies and gentlemen, once again I request you to kindly put your hand together for Dr. Rajesh, Deputy Director, IT Department of Agriculture, Bihar, who is receiving the Platinum SKOCH Award for Department of Agriculture, Bihar, for integrated online platform to cater DBT of government subsidies. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we end this segment of award. We have two more segment of award, but before I request our dedicated team of singers and musicians to kindly play something for us. आपसे हम गुजारिश करेंगे एक नजराना आप हम सबके समक्ष प्रस्तुत कर दें. समीर सर और गुरशरण सर को हम एक बार फिर से धन्यवाद देते हैं.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. जीजा तेरा रंग था मैं तो, जीजा तेरा रंग था मैं तो, जिया तेरे ढंग से मैं तो, तू ही था मौला तू ही आ मौला मेरे ले ले मेरी जान, मौला मेरे ले ले मेरी जान. तीजा तेरा रंग मैं तो तू ही था मौला, तू ही यार मौला मेरे, ले ले मेरी जान, मौला मेरे, ले ले मेरी जान। तेरे संग खेली होली, तेरे संग की दिवाली, तेरे अंगनों की छाया, तेरे बिन सावन आया। फिर ले तू चाहे नजरे, चाहे चुरा ले, लौट के तू आएगा ये शर्त लगा ले। जीजा तेरा रंग था मैं तो, जिया तेरे ढंग से मैं तो, तू ही था मौला, तू ही मौला मेरे, ले ले मेरी जान, मौला मेरे, ले ले मेरी जान, मौला मेरे, ले ले मेरी जान। मेरी झूरी, वही घेगी चूरी, वही रांझे वो हीर, वो सावर वो खीर, तुझसे ही रूठे रे, तुझे ही मनाए, मेरा नाता कोई दूजा न जाने। जीजा तेरा रंग था मैं तो, जीजा तेरा रंग था मैं तो, जिया तेरे ढंग से मैं तो, तू ही था मौला, तू ही आन मौला मेरे, ले ले मेरी जान, मौला मेरे, ले ले मेरी जान, मौला मेरे, ले ले मेरी जान, मौला मेरे, ले ले मेरी जान। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू।
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we are heading toward one more session, making a business case, accelerating financial deepening. And for this session, may I please call upon stage Dr. Dipali Pant Joshi, former Executive Director, Reserve Bank of India. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Joshi has 4 decades of experience in public life, of which 36 years was spent at the Reserve Bank of India, where she was a career central banker. Ladies and gentlemen, ma'am is joining us through Zoom from Ahmedabad. Can we have the Zoom connection? Ladies and gentlemen, she is a prolific writer with more than 6 books to her credit. At the same time, I request Mr. Shriram Iyer, Chief Executive Officer, HDFC Pension Management Company Limited, to kindly join us on the stage. So we welcome you, Mr. Shriram Iyer. He carries, ladies and gentlemen, close to 3 decades of experience in banking and financial services industries, having played leadership roles in areas spanning banking and capital markets. He was recently recognized as one of the top 20 pension fund executive in Asia by the Asian Investor magazine. Sir, we welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Dr. Vinay Singh, Head SRO and Compliance, MFIN, with us. Sir, we welcome you. Dr. Singh, ladies and gentlemen, is a management professional with nearly 2 decades of experience in financial services across multinational organizations, and he has a multi-business experience in consumer lending, retail banking, and insurance. Dr. Vinay Singh, we welcome you to this session. We also have Mr. Amit Jain, Chief Operating Officer, Aditya Birla Health Insurance Company Limited. We request Mr. Amit Jain ji to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Amit ji is overseeing the operation, finance, health management, and business intelligence and analytic functions as well. At the same time, we have Samir Kochar Sir, Chairman SKOCH, to moderate this session. And we have Dr. Dipali Pant Joshi, former Executive Director, Reserve Bank of India, has joined us through Zoom, direct from Ahmedabad. Ma'am, we welcome you to this session.
Well, welcome to the final session of the day, which is making a business case for financial deepening. Now, financial deepening essentially is a set of financial ratios that look at various parameters in relation to the GDP. So, the last time it was calculated by the World Bank for India was 2011. It has not been done since. Only recently, 2 months back, as a part of my paper, I have calculated these ratios again, and we find that there has been a significant improvement in financial debt in India. But still, there is a lot of headroom, lot more needs to be covered. Now, financial deepening and financial inclusion in India need to go hand in hand, because financial depth also requires financial spread. You know, it has to be horizontally there. There have to be more people in the net before you do multiple things with them. There are a lot of challenges in both inclusion and deepening. Some of them are common. The first and the foremost thing is the cost of financial deepening. So if you know, you say that the insurance penetration in India is low or pension penetration in India is low, there is also an element of literacy and capacity building that is involved. People do not know, why should they get insured? Why do they need health insurance? Why do they need pensions? And to get each person who's not, asking for insurance but needs insurance, to get that person in the insurance net or the pension net or even in the market net is a huge cost. Nevertheless, that cost has to be borne if India has to become a developed country by 2047. So, what are the ways and methods to cover this cost? Like the earlier banking sector approach, there was a priority sector target, there's an agricultural target. So, there is a target chasing approach, which means the minute you meet your target, then you are happy. But after your target, what is left uncovered is also still enormous. The second part is lack of relevant products. The bottom of the pyramid or the last mile market needs products that are very different than the regular market does. And for example, I was looking for a comprehensive product for my domestic help, which would give them life, which would give them health, which would give them pensions, all rolled into one. And there is no such product that is available. Individually, they are very expensive. And more so, if you buy them as single policies, not group insurance. And then you'll certainly find that for domestic workers, probably group insurance is not applicable. Probably even the group pension is not applicable. So why are there such huge gaps on that? Now, if you look at bankers are best being bankers, insurance companies are best being insurance companies, pension companies are best being pension companies. But the job of outreach and channel development, capacity building needs intermediaries such as NBFCs and MFIs. So what is in a sense happening is that cost of capacity building and outreach is being passed on to NBFCs and MFIs. But is there a good enough business case for that? Is there a good enough margin for that? How sensitive are we to that? So these are some of the things that we will look at. Also, unlike banking, some of these markets are fairly monopolistic. So suddenly you'll find that there is one life insurance behemoth, and everybody else is far behind, or there is one stock exchange which is like 90% of the market, and the other would be 10%. Now, for a regulated market to develop and develop well, I think some of these competitive anomalies have to be taken care of. One example of a new regulation like this is in the NPCI in payments, where NPCI as a sectoral regulated kind of mandated that no single payment company can have a more than X% market share. I think more than 30% market share. We don't have that in markets. We don't have that in insurance. We don't have that in pensions. So is it desirable? Is it required? I don't know. I would leave that to the panel. So let me start with Dr. Dipali Joshi, who's joining us all the way from Allahabad. She's also distinguished fellow and friend, philosopher and guide for me at SKOCH Group. Dipali ji, your thoughts on the subject. You are on mute, so you'll have to unmute yourself.
First of all, congratulations, Grandad, and thank you very much for your generous remarks as always. Well, yes, indeed, I agree with you that a well-functioning financial system helps in the processes of financial deepening. And as you said, broadening requires more players, more institutions, and less of oligopolistic dominance, which is never good. Financial deepening, again, as you explained, refers to the increase of financial assets as a percentage of the GDP. Now, I just looked at a report by Jeffries, which said that Indian households still prefer, what do they prefer? They prefer to hold their assets as physical assets. And what are these? And I'm guilty of that too. So what are these physical assets? These physical assets are real estate, which accounts for about 51%, gold 15%, that is 66% of physical assets. 14% in bank deposits, 6% only in insurance and pension funds, and that too, I suspect, because you get a tax benefit if you have these kind of pension funds, etc. And 5% exposure to equities, and there's only 3% in cash. So now financial depth being very important, this is one thing which needs to be addressed with a lot of confidence and capacity building. Financial depth is an important system of financial sector development. It will measure the size of the financial intermediary sector. What does depth equal? It equals the liquid liabilities of the financial system, which, as you know, and as we've often discussed, are currency plus demand, plus interest-bearing liabilities of banks and NBFCs divided by the GDP. While financial broadening, which you referred to, refers to building an increasing number and variety of participants and instruments, which I do not see happening, and which, as we both discussed, credit penetration being the fulcrum of financial deepening, is very, very necessary. So now let me come to a broader issue. What are the key elements I perceive of a well-functioning financial system? First, of course, a strong legal and regulatory environment in which there is an enforcement of contract. Two, stable money. What do I mean by stable money? You see, just as finance is based on contract, so therefore you need strong legal and regulatory environments that produce and strictly enforce. Similarly, laws alone cannot protect the rights of investors. You need strong legal systems, but you need the investors to also be aware of what their rights are, and that again brings us to financial inclusion and capacity building. I spoke of stable money. That is, we all know money is a medium of exchange, a store of value, a reserve, which is just a reserve of future purchasing power, a store of value, a standard of value as a unit of account for all the goods and services we might wish to trade them. So if there are large fluctuations and depreciations in the unit of money, they may lead to financial crisis, or if there are yo-yoing in the value of your currency against, let's say, the dollar, this can also impede the overall growth of the economy, and therefore this becomes a major concern in the processes of financial deepening and broadening. You also need sound public fund, includes setting and controlling public expenditure, prioritizing and raising revenue adequate to fund your public expenditure, efficiency. And historically, these financing needs of the government actually led to the creation of the organization I worked most of my life for, that is the Reserve Bank, the central bank, because that supervises and regulates the fees. To the government, it's your lender of last resort, and it has to look and take a front line in the processes of financial inclusion. Now, recently, just 2 days ago, maybe just a day ago, on the 6th, the RBI has placed caps, and it has raised the risk weights on what it perceives as highly volatile retail exposure. And believe me, retail book as ICICI found out can really burn deep. I shouldn't have taken the name of the particular bank, so I withdraw that. But the point being that this is the caution which leads the central banks to go ahead and try to put in guardrails, because ultimately the consumer has to be protected, the economy has to be safeguarded, financial inclusion and broadening and deepening have to be safeguarded so that we don't throw baby bathwater and all out. So now this is the role of the central bank. But the most crucial role is the monetary policy, which influences the pace of economic growth. You all know the sense of relief which floods the corporate sector when rates are not raised. Yes, that is very necessary. But then there is a sense of equal anxiety which floods economists like Samir and me when we find that inflation is perhaps going to breach its bounds. So treading the fine line between growth and control is another task of the central bank. Anyway, let me now come to a good financial system, which will require a variety of financial market infrastructure, also a variety of banks with the ability to withstand adverse shocks without failing, and we've been very lucky. We've been very lucky in India in this respect. Touch wood, our banks are not failing. They remain the core financial intermediaries in the country, perform diverse functions, operate clearing and payment systems par excellence. That's your digital market. That is what underpins your digital systems with the India stack. And the monetary policy transmission also operates through banks, which is why you find a lot of anguished hand wringing when it does not happen automatically. Now, the most important thing in today's day and age is, guess what? It's information. So, a sound financial system can develop. Financial deepening and broadening can only happen when proper disclosure practices and networking of information systems are adopted. Securities markets, which facilitate the issue and trading of securities, both equity and debt. Efficient securities markets promote economic growth because they mobilize and deploy funds into productive uses, lowering the cost of capital for firms, enhancing liquidity, attracting foreign investment. So an efficient securities market also strengthens market discipline by exerting corporate control through the threat of hostile takeover of underperforming firms. So this is our environment in which we are at the moment. So what do we need? Because Samir Bhai and I often wonder what is the one thing we need to do to affect the structural transformation, to raise the level of financial deepening, broadening, capital formation, savings. Why, when we have so many of these yojanas, like we have the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, we have the Swanidhi Yojana, we have a social stock exchange, we are still attempting formalization of credit and labor markets to mainstream the marginalized, to step up financial inclusion. But why is it not happening? What is it that there is missing? So I'm going to ask the experts on this panel to come back to it. As far as I see it, there has to be a modified assessment of credit worthiness. And I will stop by talking about increased financial literacy, capacity building, and awareness. because credit penetration in the rural areas is still underdeveloped and fragmented, simply because there is a low awareness, and I would even go so far as to say there is a mistrust of formal financial instruments, not institutions, but the instruments. So 27% of Indian adults, and of those, only 24% of women, and even women like me, minimum levels of financial literacy. The study also revealed that financial decision makers who are economically educated, younger, and have access to smartphones possess higher levels of financial literacy. This effectively leaves the poor, the uneducated, completely at the mercy of loan sharks. So the lack of access to banks or microfinance forces underserved to turn to cycles of debt. So in such a scenario, we must, if there is
Thank you, Dipali ji. We are having also an audio issue with you. So let me move on to the
financial education.
the panel.
Yeah, that was all from me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So let me start with Mr. Shriram Iyer of HDFC Pension Management. So, Mr. Iyer, we had this wonderful new pension scheme, and as with overzealous regulators can get at times, so there was a cap at the profit that you can make. Very recently, such a misadventure was suggested by SEBI as well vis-a-vis AMC. Fortunately, it was stillborn. So that was one scenario which was kind of stunting the growth of pensions rather than to have free market economy at play. The regulator was determining how much money a player should make or could make. And on the other hand, you still find that we have our head in the 20th century. State after state is clamoring for the old pension scheme. They don't really want a market-based mechanism. So within all of this, how the private sector pension industry is doing and performing, and what are the things that can be done to make it better and more vibrant?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So I just want to, pick on a couple of things that Dipali ji mentioned about the savings wallet of an Indian. And if you look at the savings wallet of an Indian, as she pointed out, the data from Jeffrey's report, 66% of Indians still save in the form of real assets. And real assets, both gold and real estate, inspire a lot of trust in people for various reasons. And I don't want to go down that path. But if you look at either of these assets, there will be certain points in time over long periods of time when it could have delivered supernormal returns. But if you look at actual returns from these products over extended periods of time, this actually doesn't beat inflation. In fact, real estate, in our estimate, actually delivers less than 3 to 4% per annum return, even if you include, capital gains, long-term capital gain, as well as the, rental yield and so on and so on. Rental yields, as we all know, are abysmally low in India. So I think fundamentally, there is a significant skew amongst Indians and love for this physical real estate, something that you can touch and feel. Now, I'll now move to the, to the point, and to extend that same, same argument. If you look at ownership of mutual funds, despite the fact that there is so much of noise around mutual funds, sahi hai, the reality is that there are less than 3 crore unique mutual fund investors in the country. Penetration of mutual funds as a percentage of GDP is less than 15%. A country like Malaysia is at 35%, right? I mean, it's a developing country like India, slightly more developed maybe in terms of GDP, but still significantly ahead of us. Same is the case with life insurance, same is the case with various other things. On the other hand, you have 11 crore crypto investors in India, right? You've got 18 crore people who play Dream 11, right? So you've got this, dichotomy where formal financial products, which you should be owning, are underpenetrated severely, and on the other hand, you have products such as these, which are either speculative in nature or long-term, doesn't really add to your, it really doesn't generate returns. These are popular. Now, this is the dichotomy that is there, and while I think significant progress has been made, and I'd like to sort of address the question that you asked, Sameerji, which was around NPS. And I think this challenge around artificially capping the fees that a pension fund manager could make, I think has its genesis in the belief that anything that is cheap will sell. And NPS
and the way NPS has grown over the last 20 years, 19 years of existence now, is a commentary on the fact that something that is cheap will not necessarily sell, it has to be sold, right? While there is an argument that pension funds should be bought and not sold, but the reality is that there has to be a compelling case for a company to invest in this business because it requires significant amount of intellectual capital and of course infrastructure as well. But I must tell you that there is active engagement with the regulator, there's active engagement with the government, relevant government bodies, to relook at this. And of course, one doesn't know how soon it will happen, but I think the authorities are seized of the fact that this is indeed one of the core issues with respect to development of the pension sector. By the way, pension sector in India has got around 15% penetration of GDP compared to developed countries are at upwards of 150%. We are still abysmally low. After 10 years of existence of NPS, there are less than 50 lakh non-government employees which are there. So I think there is a long road that we need to traverse. We've just about made a beginning. We've been in business for the last 10 years now as HDFC Pension. We are fortunate to have a large client base of 17 lakh customers, 61,000 crores of assets, but it still does not make too much of commercial sense, right? And for my ability to invest in infrastructure, my ability to invest in, let's say, an outreach program, as you pointed out, is significantly compromised on account of the fact that the margins are abysmally low. But I think the views are changing, the thought process in this is changing. There is an understanding that there are 2-3 things that need to be done, right? Access, usage, quality. I think in terms of quality, we've got a fantastic product. The National Pension Scheme or the National Pension System is, in my estimation, and having worked for 30 years, I can say that with a great deal of confidence that this is by far one of the most brilliantly designed products that the country has seen. Not just in India, I think this is the cheapest product globally. But cheap does not necessarily make it sell. It has to be made more palatable for manufacturers. I think so. We've started on this journey. We are fortunate to have made, built significant scale. And the beauty of the capital markets is that the compounding engine works beautifully once you become large, right? So you add 10,000, 20,000 crores of assets every few months. And that helps us to, gives us more elbow room to invest in this business. So we've been on this journey now. I think we've got to a stage where we are at an inflection point. There is still a large concentration of assets with the government pension fund managers because the government employee money goes there directly, automatically, and that is also being changed. Or there is a thought to sort of allow the private sector pension fund managers to also manage government employee money. So a number of things are happening, but I think we are still at a very, very early stage, and we've got a long, long way to go.
Okay, thank you very much. So you've kind of reconfirmed my belief that there isn't enough of a business case, and that needs to be addressed first before we can look at any meaningful penetration. We've been having some very interesting ideas since the morning. And one of the ideas that I have mooted is, why don't we have a universal financial services obligation fund? Because the government in India, rightly so, always looks at the last mile, man at the last, at the end of the line first, right? And every policy is tailored to cater to the poorest of poor. So what happens is, not just the poorest of the poor, the rest of them also get bereft of the benefit just because, you've kept that prism. And, the poorest of poor is a case of 70 years of governance failure, cumulative. And the price of which is this comparative welfareism, which we are paying. Your daughter get married, you get 1 lakh, you get 1 tola gold, you get free gas, you get free electricity, you get free this and that. Now, at a fraction of that, there could be subventions possible under a universal financial services obligation fund, where people who are going to the last mile are reimbursed. No questions asked. So you're saying that if you're doing micro insurance or micro pensions, here is like 7% of the amount or whatever amount you come to. For very long, NBFCs had the same problem. It started with the Andhra Pradesh NBFC crisis, and then they the whole system came down on them as a ton of bricks, and then the interest rates were capped. And what we found several years thereafter, that they stopped expanding geographically. I mean, they were just giving credit to the lower hanging fruit. People who needed the money were not getting it. And only recently that cap was removed, and suddenly you find that NBFCs barely started to walk again, there are noises being made that they are being very expensive. They're charging 24%. And I actually wonder how do they manage to lend even in 24%. So, what is that cost equation, where that money is going to come from, and what is the cost of this governance failure and who's going to foot it? Let me bring in Vinesh Singh, who's from MFin on this.
Hello to all of you, and thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Kocha. So specifically, I work with an organization called Microfinance Industries Network, and we work very closely with banks, NBFCs, NBFC, MFIs, mainly looking at micro loans. So specifically to your point on interest rates or the cost at which the lending is done, if I were to split it into 2 or 3 major components, one of course is the cost of funds. Now NBFCs, most of them who are into microcredit do not have savings accounts for their borrowers, so they don't take money from the borrowers. They either go to banks for taking loans which are further then lent to in terms of smaller loans, or they go to the market, raise NCDs, etc. Larger ones are able to get good rates, right? So larger ones could get rates in the range of 9.6%, 10%, which is good from a relative perspective. An individual who is into corporate banking might feel these rates are high, but that's the kind of rates which are available. But as you go down the ladder, the smaller MFIs or the smaller NBFCs get rates at a higher, loans at a higher rate, let's say 12% odd. So clearly half of the 24% you've quoted, or nearly half, is the cost of funds, over which an NBFC typically has no control. Then comes the cost of operations. Now, of course, a lot of you would be reading in the newspapers about technology, digital happening, and cost coming down and all that. But one thing which we must understand is that we have to keep the consumer at the center of the plate, right? So the guys who are taking a typical loan is about 40,000, 45, 50,000 rupees. An individual taking a 50,000 rupee loan, you cannot imagine him or her to be very, very savvy when it comes to operating online, etc. So you need to have a field force for them. You need to have people who meet them regularly, give them loans, collect loans. If there are any complaints, they handle them, etc. So that adds another 6-7% to the cost. The flip side is it generates a lot of employment. So for example, microfinance sector employs more than a couple of lakhs, 2.2 lakhs odd people as the field force. Right? So that could be, on the other hand, that is the thing. So you add the cost of funds, you add the cost of distribution or operations, then you add a margin of maybe 1%, 1.5%. And good thing is that NPAs are low, right? So contrary to popular impression, if you ask anybody who doesn't know how the microcredit market operates, they'll typically assume that just because the borrowers are low income, the NPAs would be high. But that's not the case. Because of the model, and that's the innovation bit, maybe we'll talk about it later if we have time, the way the microfinance model has evolved is very innovative. You really have to spend half an hour to understand how this whole thing works. And so the NPAs are low. So you add all this and you land at about 20 to 23%. Now, the interest rates got uncapped last year, March of last year. This came at the back of COVID, where all of us know that the NPAs just shot up, right? 11, 12% and substantial amount of write-offs. So an NBFC who's operating for profit will need to recover that money from somewhere, right? So that is also kind of getting added a bit. Possibly they're hoping that over the next 5-10 years, they'll kind of slowly recover that. So, sir, broadly, that's how it all adds up to 23-24%. One point I would like to mention here is that you take a home loan at 7%, you take a 1 crore, 1.5 crore at 7-8%, and you take a small ticket loan at whatever 20%, you should not be comparing both, right? Because processing fee, processing effort is broadly the same for both the loans. But when you calculate in terms of fractions, it will appear to be a large fraction for a small ticket loan. Similarly, the thing to look at, and I'll just take a couple of minutes more, the thing to look at is that why are the borrowers taking these loans at rates which supposedly are looked at as being higher than other loans? A, because this is far better than the other options that the borrower has. B, they look at cash flows, right? So if he's taken a loan of 50,000, he or she is looking at how much money I have to pay every week or every month. And if that 50,000 is invested in a business which is able to give cash flows which are higher, double or triple of what the EMI is, they're okay paying that, right? So those are the few other things which one has to keep in mind when we're evaluating this kind of a problem.
Well, thank you very much. So there is this additional cost that you have spelled out, which is a very high operational cost, which is there. So adding to the idea of this universal financial services obligation fund that I talked about, so in lieu of the CSR obligations, if the entire financial sector, say, were to give 2% of their profit to this fund, and then this fund can be parked with whoever cares to use it. It could be with MFIN, it could be with Sadhan, it could even be HDFC pension, saying that this is what we are doing with the micro pension, this is the additional cost, so can we just simply draw this much money? That would really help. So that could be one source of funding. The second very important source of funding could be all these sectoral ministries and state governments have their own finance development corporation. So you'll have this Minorities Finance Development Corporation, you will have SC/ST Finance Development Corporation, so on and so forth. And most of them really are not being able to make very meaningful interventions. And one of the most terrible performers in India has been the MSME sector. And the most, let's say, lack of aspiration development financial institution is SIDBI, short of calling it a failure. So you'll find all these sectorial ministries pick up SIDBI, which is a known failure, to park their sectoral funds. I mean, if SIDBI was so good, MSMEs in India would have been so vibrant. The fact is that they're not. But that's the easy way out of passing the buck. So all this money goes to SIDBI and it is parked there for developing, let's say, SC/ST entrepreneurs or tribal entrepreneurs or minority entrepreneurs or women entrepreneurs and so on and so forth. Why can't this money be put in the Universal Financial Services Obligation Fund and let the private sector take care of it? They lend to exactly the same target audience that the domain ministry wishes to lend to and are simply given a subvention without complicating with the matters, without doing too much, as long as it's being done through regulated entities. So that was the second thought. The third thought that came this morning, like Dipali ji, you said that bulk of our investments are in real estate. And just before this panel, we had this wonderful project, which has also been championed by SKOCH to start with, is digitalization of land records. Can we dematerialize land records? Can we have clear land titles? Now, that project is well underway under Ministry of Rural Development and also Ministry of Panchayati Raj. And the kind of opportunities it creates for financial instruments based on real estate is not funny. I mean, you could, like gold-traded funds, ETFs, you could have exchange-traded real estate. You could have people buying 1,000 rupees worth of real estate. People could be using that real estate as collateral. So both gold and real estate, which is 61%. Why is it that gold is not a success story again on the exchange, on ETF? Again, the capacity issue. So while the product is available, people don't know about it. There is not enough capacity building. And secondly, as you said, gold is the second highest priority. The highest priority is real estate. So why don't we start there? So there is genuinely a dearth of products that are meant for the last mile. And one silver lining, of course, in financial deepening has been the non-life insurance premium that have really significantly gone up. And we have with us Mr. Amit Jain, Chief Operating Officer of Aditya Birla Health Insurance. And I think in their sector, probably they have some ideas on how to create more relevant products than pushing targets.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Am I audible? Yeah. So, sir,
the way we look at in our sector is there are three layers of channels through which we, or key interfaces through which we operate. So one is the government, the second is the regulator, and third is the manufacturers. So fortunately for us, in the last 2 years, a lot of positive action has happened where our regulator has really very clearly put us a very aspirational target, if I may use the word target, sir, that by 2047, which is 100 years of our independence, every citizen of India should have some form of insurance. It can be one risk coverage, it could be multiple risk coverages. Now the work is happening at 3 levels. What is the role of government? Now government so far has played 2 roles. One is as a funder, second is creating public health infrastructure. But given the scarcity of funds which government has, government broadly has decided now that they will not invest in public health infrastructure in a way which they have done so far. Rather, they'll invest in 2 ways. One as a funder, which is like schemes like Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jivan Jyoti, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Yojana. That is where a lot of money is going and investments are going up so that they can reach out to a larger pool of people. And COVID was one event which happened, which has led to a clear awakening that government has to play that role of reaching to the below the poverty line and bigger masses. Second area where I think government has done an exceptional work is the digital public infrastructure. We all know eKYC, Aadhaar, we are all speaking about now account aggregators, ONDC. I don't know how many of you have heard of ABHA ID, which is a health ID equivalent to an Aadhaar. So this is a great infrastructure which the government is creating and investing, which is helping us to reach scale. Now digital requires investment upfront. It is expensive to begin with, but the scale which digital can give you, physical cannot give you. And the beauty of digital is, given that we have more than now 100 crores mobile in the country, including smartphones and feature phones, you can sell any product to any consumer in any part of the country. The challenge is, do you have the right products, right? I must say that we as insurance industry are good at selling complex products. We haven't invested much in creating and selling simple products. And that is where regulator is coming in now. So regulator is focusing on 3 things. One is, how do you create awareness? How do you create simple products? And how do you reach out to the last mile digitally? So there are 3 enabling regulations which are on the anvil, which are Bima Vahak, Bima Vistar, and Bima Sugam. I'll go one by one. Bima Vahak is nothing but like a business correspondent in a bank, where they are saying even a 8th pass or a 10th pass can become an insurance agent, and they are preferring more women agents, because what we have seen is experience of selling insurance in rural to women is much better than a male citizen, mostly because a lot of women are earning and they take a lot of credit in rural. So Bima Vahak is how do you expand intermediation through a larger pool. Second is Bima Vistar. So Bima Vistar is a product which will be sold by Bima Vahak, and it's a product which will cover multiple risks. Now, right now, as Mr. Kochar rightly pointed out, you have to buy a separate life insurance product, a health insurance product, maybe a separate pension product, maybe a separate home insurance product, personal accident product. So the intent is, can I combine 3 or 4 risks in one product? So if a consumer is willing to pay for one product, he can buy one product and get covered for multiple risks at one go. And the third is Bima Sugam. Bima Sugam, as we are envisaging, it's a kind of a marketplace. It's like an Amazon or a UPI, you may say. And the idea is to create a marketplace where customers, intermediaries, and manufacturers come and compete in a very transparent way. Now, our sense is the way we are seeing the regulator is moving. It's a matter of 9 months to 15 months when a lot of these assets will be reality, and larger pool of consumers will start getting the benefit out of it. So I am very confident that with the way digital is changing the landscape, rural market, which has been a challenge for all of us to crack, we all speak of how do you crack Bharat, and we all end up focusing a lot on the top, I will say 100, 150 markets in the country, which are becoming more and more competitive, not easy to make money, but nobody has been able to crack Bharat the way we want to crack it. But I am very optimistic and very confident the way at least insurance is moving, we are going to crack it.
And at times we don't look at it like a cost. If you ask me in the short term, it's an investment, right? Whether that investment will pay off or not, it's a decision which many shareholders will take, because at the end of the day, you are in a business. And if it's a large opportunity to tap into, you have to invest for the long run. And if you are investing, then I'm sure if you do right things at the right time, returns will come. But my hope comes from the right regulations, the right regulatory environment, and the support of the government in the right path to make it possible. I think last thing which I want to say is that in India, one of the challenges is that, and I think Madam Joshi also speak of is awareness. Whether we like it or not, in India, financial literacy is still low, and that is why the skewness which we see in many of the financial products. So one area I think where we have to invest significantly is awareness, and there are two ways to invest. One is we directly reach out to the consumers, which is something like what mutual fund industry may have done beautifully through mutual funds, but still the opportunity is very large, as a lot of the my co-panelists spoke about. So awareness is one thing, how do we crack it? And digital again is a great way of creating awareness. But I feel awareness cannot only happen by reaching out to the consumers directly. Intermediates play a very important role. And I think we have underinvested somewhere on intermediaries to create awareness. Our relationship with intermediaries has been more transactional, more to get business. How do we invest in them so that they become our last mile to create a lot of awareness? Maybe a great way to change the landscape, the way we look at it. But we have to be patient. We are a country which is seeing rapid increase in our per capita GDP. There will be an inflection point after which we'll see an exponential increase. So maybe that inflection point is near, but we will definitely see the fruits of all the good work which has been done at all levels in the last 10 to 15, 20 years. That's how I look at it.
So Dipaliji, you've been a central banker and a regulator, and the complicated or complex products of the sort that Amit Jain is talking about would involve multiple regulators. I mean, the kind of product he's talking about, so you would have SEBI, you would have PFRDA, you would certainly have RBI, you would have IRDAI, all of them involved in this product. So do we need a regulatory reform before we can even think of such a product? Are we moving towards a unified financial regulation? Is that desirable? Otherwise, how do you enable all these silos?
No, I mean, there is a move towards that. There is an integrated ombudsman scheme, as you know. And you know that the FSDC came about because there were all these conflicts which happened, and the RBI also became not primus inter pares, but one of the pairs. So it was not willing, I mean, there was a problem on that. So I don't know, this would involve multiple regulators only if there was a problem and you needed to get your claim back. But otherwise, there was one central regulator administering the product. I don't see a problem. The problem will arise if something goes wrong. And then you don't know who to go to.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you, because if you look at this entire Jan Dhan Yojana and financial inclusion, actually succeeded because there was Department of Financial Services, almost like a single point mission, chasing it. We need probably more of that for...
It wouldn't have worked if it hadn't been the RBI. Samir bhai, if it hadn't been the RBI, the banks would not have listened. And the banks listen to the RBI because it has the power to impose penalty. Otherwise, they would not listen. They would not have listened just to the DFS.
No, actually, in this case, I found RBI was creating more stumbling blocks than solving them. In the initial BC policy, they said BCs have to be not for, the biggest one being BCs have to be not for profit. Only retired postmasters and school teachers can be BCs. So it's as socialist as it gets. Corporate BCs were not involved, not allowed. So, it took single-handedly SKOCH Group writing 3 books and so many battles to get this straightened out. And we did use Ministry of Finance pressure on RBI. I recall sitting across Madam Usha Thorat and having very long conversations with her. And she's a very strong lady of very strong opinions. And, getting her to yield an inch was very difficult. But anyway, we managed. So I know the kind of battles that lie ahead.
The battles which we had with the ministry was simply that, you get 2% for grounding a project, why do you not share it? Because if you share it, then the BCs do not necessarily have to be pre-funded. I mean, as in the argument was that if there's a bank teller, I can't tell him that I'm just going to give you 5,000 rupees. And if Mr. Jain comes and asks for 5,500, you tell him to come tomorrow. So that was the argument. And the Ministry of Rural Development has a lot of funds up its sleeve, which it was reluctant to share. And had that happened, it would have been very easy. Even now, you see, there's a lot of turf involved in all these ministries. So I doubt very much if they would be willing to give up those loaves and fishes so very easily to create a centralized pool. And if there was a centralized pool, would it also be as bureaucratized as the MD, MFDEF, and other funds with the NABARD and other agencies and with SIDBI? I am inclined to agree with you on SIDBI, but well, there it is.
But you know, one interesting area of study which I was discussing with Sadhan and of course now with MFIN and others, if they can possibly chip in. So are there any cost intervention funds that are already lying somewhere, like in interest subvention? There's a lot of money lying with SIDBI. A lot of money lying with the state government for promoting MSMEs. Lot of so then why is this money just lying?
Really
why is no one using it? And what needs to change for us to be able to effectively use it? Because any thoughts?
Yeah. So to the points which I made earlier. Madam is speaking.
Yeah, we'll control room. Can you just mute the internet?
Yeah. So to the issues that which I had talked about earlier, what do we do about them, right? So we have high cost of funds, we have high operational cost, etc. What do we do about them? So of course the easy solution is to make low cost funds available to the lenders, wholesale funds to these lenders. How do you do that? So for example, SIDBI has a scheme to refinance these lenders. NABARD also has a scheme to refinance. So some part of that money does flow to us. It could be more, of course, and we constantly engage with both SIDBI and NABARD to kind of get these things rolling. Other is to, for these companies to go to the market, raise equity or debt, whatever, at cheaper rates. For smaller firms, that's a problem. So SIDBI has a scheme called India Microfinance Equity Fund, where they do put money in companies which they feel are having good governance practices, etc. A small amount of money in equity from SIDBI goes a long way in putting a stamp of, confidence in those particular companies, which they can then go to the market and do it. Let me now come to the operational side. What do we do? How do we reduce those costs? Of course, one leg is when you give money, other leg is when you collect money, right? Giving money, that leg has been fully made online, right? So everything happens in the field. All the technologies, India Stack, Aadhaar, authentication, Jandan accounts, direct money transfer to the account, all that happens. It's the other leg, which is when you get the money back. There we have to have a physical interface because a lot of money earned by these borrowers is in terms of cash. So you can't really expect them to repay it, they have to repay it in cash. And at the same time, there is a issue of behavioral change which is required, which takes time. So you can't really force things on them. So, but a lot of action on that front is happening. Costs are coming down, but as Mr. Kocho mentioned and other speakers also, the whole lot of other stuff which needs to be done, larger quantums possibly, to really bring the cost down.
Any last comments from you?
So I just want to, two comments on this whole challenge of financial literacy, right? And financial literacy is a problem that is quite gargantuan. It is a large problem. We know the most recent RBI survey, from what I recollect, still spoke about less than 25% of Indians being financially aware. So there is a huge problem there, and I think if we are able to fundamentally address it, I mean, it's a joke that this is a life skill, right? Managing money is a life skill. And this has to start from the schools. I believe there are some initiatives that have been taken, in the CBSE board, and that it's being integrated in the curriculum. But I think it needs to be done at a very different pace. It has to be integrated. It is as important as science and commerce. So I think we have to address this issue of financial literacy. We have to address it at the roots. It might take us 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, but I think we will get significantly better in the future if we are able to address it. That's point number one. Point number two, and that's related to the point about product. I think simplicity of products is something that is very critical. Why is it that UPI has succeeded, right? Why is it that there are 75 crore Indians who are on UPI? Why is it that in a month like October, 11 billion transactions happened on UPI up to 18 lakh crores? So I think it's the simplicity. I think we underestimate the ability of the person at the lowest level to understand things. If you're able to simplify it sufficiently, I think they will understand. Of course, I'm not trying to trivialize this by saying that, simplify a financial product. Financial products, it inherently has some complexity. But I think there are ways to storify it and communicate it to the individual such that they're able to quickly grasp it and they're able to adapt it as a part of their, I think these are the two comments that I wanted to make on financial literacy and simplification.
Yeah, so just to add, I think one of the important things which is happening is how do you segment the market and reach out to the customer with the right product. So if you see, credit is one area where our credit penetration is increasing every day, and that is bringing another set of challenges. But what we have seen is very simple products, if they are attached to a credit product, because insurance is, at the end of the day, it's a risk management product. And a lot of lenders come to us for managing the risk to buy insurance and then sell it to the customer eventually. So what we have seen is if you identify the right product, convert it into a byte product, and price it correctly, the offtake really improves if the main product manufacturer, like a lender here, and an insurer work together well. And if you are able to fulfill it digitally, nothing like it, because while there is an upfront investment, ultimately the cost goes down. Similarly, a classic example is IRCTC. If you would have heard of, they are the biggest digital company, so to say, and they have the maximum data in the country. And they have tied up with a general insurance company where they attach a personal accident product with every ticket they sell, and it's not a mandatory attachment. It's by choice. Now, some of these are great products to sell if you are able to fulfill it well at the right cost. And I think Shriram also pointed, awareness is very important. As awareness will increase, people will buy these products. So I think we are in the right direction from that perspective. But important is to create the right products, make it as small as you can, and make it as short as you can. That is what many consumers appreciate, so that they end up not paying more.
Well, that in a sense is the UPI story, but two of the aspects of UPI that often don't get talked about at all, as part of, one is it's free, and the two is that there is NPCI as a regulator has made sure that there is intense competition and there is a market cap, market share cap that is there. So while market share cap is good, I don't know, UPI being free, how long can this be sustained unless they also dig into the same universal services, financial services obligation fund that I talked about. I think it is coming across almost like a solution to many, many ills. With that, I thank this panel, and we'll come together for a picture and then we move on to the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How do I join your picture? You'll have to.
Well,
You can't, you're leaving the regulator out of the picture.
thank you all panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we were having Dr. Dipali Pant Joshi, former Executive Directors of Bank of India, on Zoom. And on stage, we have Mr. Shriram Iyer, Chief Executive Officer, HDFC Pension Management Company Limited, Dr. Vinay Singh, Head SRO and Compliance, MFIN, Mr. Amit Jain, Chief Operating Officer, Aditya Birla Health Insurance Company Limited, and also Mr. Samir Kochar, Chairman, SKOCH. Thank you so much to our distinguished speakers and panelists here. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, once again, we are heading towards our award segment, and this would be our last award segment of this summit. And to give away the award, once again, I request Samir Sir, Chairman SKOCH, and Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman SKOCH, to kindly be on the stage to give away the awards. Once again, I request Samir Kocherji, Chairman SKOCH, and Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman SKOCH, to kindly be on the stage to give away our awards of next segment.
ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ में याद रहे तू, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन। तू ही मेरी मंजिल है, पहचान तुझी से, कुर्बान मेरी जान तुझ पे शाद रहे तू, कुर्बान मेरी जान तुझ पे शाद रहे तू, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन, ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, ऐ वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ में याद रहे तू, ऐ वतन मेरे वतन। तुझ पे कोई गम की आँच आने नहीं दूँ, तुझ पे कोई गम की आँच आने नहीं दूँ, पहुँचूँ मैं जहाँ भी मेरी पहचान रहे तू, पहुँचूँ मैं जहाँ भी मेरी पहचान रहे तू, ऐ वतन ऐ वतन मेरे वतन।
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Samir sir and Dhanjal sir with us. And now I request Mr. Ratan Jyoti, CISO, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's again put our hands together for the awardees. And one by one, all awardees are going to be on the stage. So I request you to kindly keep applauding for all the awardees. Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving this Silver Scotch Award for Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Information Security is the project. And this award, to receive this award, we have Mr. Ratan Jyoti, CISO. I request Dr. Unni Krishnan Pothiri Vasudevan, Member Secretary, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council. Majavilu Teach Science for Kerala. This is the project. And we are giving away Silver Scotch Award. To receive this award, we have Dr. Unni Krishnan Potheri Vasudevan, Member Secretary. May I please now call upon stage Mr. Sujal Patel, Safety Officer. Mr. Sujal Patel, Safety Officer, I request you to kindly be on the stage. This is for UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center, ladies and gentlemen, for their project Green Initiatives undertaken by UNMICRC. This is the Silver Scotch Award, and Mr. Sujal Patel is here, Safety Officer, to receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, here I request Miss Shubhra Singh, Additional Chief Secretary. Shubhra Singh, Additional Chief Secretary, if she is with us. Mr. Tamil Silvan. Okay, so someone is coming to get this award. Medical Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Rajasthan, and the project is OJAS. We are giving this Silver Scotch Award for this project, and the gentleman is here to receive this award. This is for OJAS, ladies and gentlemen, Medical Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Rajasthan. And now I request Mr. Tamil Selvan P, Assistant Director and Administration. Mr. Tamil Selvan P, Assistant Director and Administrator. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tamil Nadu Cooperative Textile Processing Mills Limited Erode Transformation to Financial Growth and Social Responsibility. This is Gold Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen, and to receive this award, we have Mr. Tamil Selvan P, Assistant Director and Administrator. Thank you, sir. Now I call upon stage Mr. Shehzada Bilal Ahmed, Director General. Mr. Shehzada Bilal Ahmed, Director General. We are giving Gold Scotch Award to Planning, Development and Monitoring Department, Jammu and Kashmir, for Aspirational Block Development Program, ABDP, Jammu and Kashmir. And to receive this award, we have Shehzada Bilal Ahmed Sahab, Director General, and this is Gold Scotch Award. And one more gentleman is here with us. Thank you, sir. At least we have one applause here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now I request Mr. Dharamveer Singh Shekhawat to kindly be on the stage once again. Ladies and gentlemen, Dharam Singh Shekhawat, we are giving away Gold Scotch Award for Bank of India in Retail Banking. This is Gold Scotch Award. And to receive this award, we have Dharamveer Singh Shekhawat ji with us. May I please now call upon stage Mr. Sriram Iyer, CEO. Mr. Sriram Iyer, CEO, I request you to kindly be on the stage. This is for HDFC Pension Management Company Limited for making India retirement ready. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gold Scotch Award, and to receive this award, I request Sriram Iyer ji, CEO, to kindly be on the stage and receive this award, and the whole team is here to receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please put our hands together very loud. Let's have a round of ovation for each and every one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for HDFC Pension Management Company Limited for making India retirement ready. This is Gold Scotch Award, and a complete team is receiving this award. May I please now call upon stage Mr. Vanmala Srinivas, Chief Executive Officer. We have Vanmala Srinivas, Chief Executive Officer. This is for the Gayatri Cooperative Urban Bank Limited for NPA management, and this is Gold Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Vanmala Srinivas is here, Chief Executive Officer. Okay, so we have ma'am and sir from the Gayatri Cooperative Urban Bank Limited, and the project is NPA management, and for this we are giving away the Gold Scotch Award to them. May I please call upon stage Mr. Pankaj Dua, Regional Manager. Miss Pankaj Dua, Regional Manager. Okay, she's here, Miss Pankaj Dua. This is for the New India Assurance Company Limited, ladies and gentlemen, for the project Corporate Excellence, and we are giving away Gold Scotch Award. Receiving this award, Ms. Pankaj Dua, Regional Manager, ladies and gentlemen. May I now please call upon stage Mr. Amit Jain, COO. Mr. Amit Jain, request you to kindly be on the stage. This is for Aditya Birla Health Insurance Company Limited, and this is for Active Fit, and we are giving Gold Scotch Award. To receive this award, we have Mr. Amit Jain with us, along with one more gentleman, I think. Mr. Amit Jain is coming. And now I request Mr. Prabhunath Shukla, Deputy Director. Mr. Prabhunath Shukla, Deputy Director, if he is with us, I request him to kindly be on the stage. Once again, I call upon the name Mr. Prabhunath Shukla. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we are heading towards our last but not the least, the most wonderful segment of the awards. I request Dr. Hardeep Singh Chopra, Project Director, Admin, to kindly be on the stage. Dr. Hardeep Singh Chopra, Project Director, Admin. This is, ladies and gentlemen, for Rajasthan Gramin Ajivika Vikas Parishad, for the project Women Empowerment through Rajivika, and this is the Silver Scotch Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you once again to kindly keep giving the applauses to all the awardees. Thank you so much. And with this, may I please call upon stage Mr. Rajendra Singh, Joint Director, Horticulture. Mr. Rajendra Singh, if you're with us, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Mr. Rajendra Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for Department of Horticulture, Government of Rajasthan, for Micro Irrigation Program Rajasthan. This is the Silver Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen. And to receive this award, we have Mr. Rajendra Singh, Joint Director, Horticulture. I'm still unable to listen your claps, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I request Panchami Chaudhary, ACS Secretary, GMDW and SP, and Anurag Rudra, Officer on Special Duty, to kindly be on the stage to receive the award. This is Silver Scotch Award for Guwahati Metropolitan Drinking Water and Sewerage Board, for GIS Integrated Portal for Consumer Management. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again. This is Silver Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen. And to receive this award, we have Panchami Chaudhary, ACS Secretary, GMDW and SP, and Anurag Rudra, Officer on Special Duty, to receive this award. Guwahati Metropolitan Drinking Water and Sewerage Board, GIS Integrated Portal for Consumer Management. And now I request Mr. Anjani Kumar, IPS, DGP, Telangana State. Mr. Anjani Kumar, IPS, DGP, Telangana State, to kindly be with us on stage. This is for Telangana State Police Department. Jai Hind, sir, Telangana State Integrated E-Challan System. This is the project. We are giving this award. This is Silver Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Anjani Kumar, IPS, DGP, Telangana State, is coming here to receive this award. Telangana State Police Department, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, once again, I call Dr. P. Rachna, Project Director, and Mr. A. Mohammed Imtiaz, Chief Executive Director, to be with us once again on the stage. Dr. P. Rachna and Mohammed Imtiaz ji. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Mr. Kamal Kant Badgoti and Jagdish Patel ji to be with us on stage. We have, ladies and gentlemen, Kamal Kant Badgoti ji and Jagdish Patel ji to receive this award. This is Silver SKOCH Award for Municipal Council Literacy for Plastic Waste Management, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most important project we all must follow, we all must do our work in this direction. We must manage the plastic waste, ladies and gentlemen. We have Kamal Kant ji and Jagdish ji to receive this award. This is for Municipal Council Literacy. And now I request Dr. Unni Krishnan Potheri Vasudevan, once again our Member Secretary, to be on the stage. Dr. Unni Krishnan Potheri Vasudevan, Member Secretary, to receive the Gold SKOCH Award for Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council. This is for rapid urban forest using the Miyawaki afforestation method. Ladies and gentlemen, for Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council. Receiving this award, Dr. Unni Krishnan Potheri Vasudevan, Member Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, now I call upon stage Mr. Shrikant Sinha, Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Shrikant Sinha, Chief Executive Officer, and Mr. Pankaj Singh Thakur from Head Held High. I request them to be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving Gold SKOCH Award for Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge for I4TS Innovation for Telangana State. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is for Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge, I4TS Innovation for Telangana State. This is, ladies and gentlemen, Gold SKOCH Award. And Mr. Shrikant Sinha and Pankaj Singh is receiving this award. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I please call upon stage Mr. Bharat Kalaskar or Bharat Kalaskar ji, Deputy Commissioner, Road Safety. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Gold SKOCH Award. Maharashtra Motor Vehicles Department, Multi-Sectoral Road Safety Improvement Strategy. Bharat Kalaskar, Deputy Commissioner, Road Safety, is with us to receive Gold SKOCH Award for Maharashtra Motor Vehicle Department, Multi-Sectoral Road Safety Improvement Strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, may I please call upon stage Mr. Siraj Ahmed, JPC Poshan Abhiyan. Mr. Siraj Ahmed, JPC Poshan Abhiyan, is receiving Platinum SKOCH Award, ladies and gentlemen, for Women Welfare and Child Development Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh, ICDS UP Manav Sansadhan Prabandhan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last award, but not the least for the evening. Platinum SKOCH Award for Women Welfare and Child Development Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh, ICDS UP Manav Sansadhan Prabandhan. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And with this, I would like to congratulate all the awardees and would also like to thank all our speakers for sharing their vision and suggestions, which will pave the way in remolding and redefining and refining different policies and agendas. My heartfelt gratitude towards all of you. Thank you so much. Namaskar, Jai Hind. And here we conclude 95th SKOCH Summit 2003. Let's have once again a round of ovation. And here we are actually concluding 95th SKOCH Summit, ladies and gentlemen, year 2023. Thank you so much for joining us. Namaskaram.
भारत
भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्ता हमारा है। भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्ता हमारा है। सदियों से भारत भूमि दुनिया की शान है, भारत माँ की रक्षा में जीवन कुर्बान है। भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्ता हमारा है। हिंदुस्तानी नाम हमारा है, सबसे प्यारा देश हमारा है। हिंदुस्तानी नाम हमारा है, सबसे प्यारा देश हमारा है। जन्मभूमि है हमारी शान से कहेंगे हम, सभी तो भाई भाई प्यार से रहेंगे हम। हिंदुस्तानी नाम हमारा है, सबसे प्यारा देश हमारा है। भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्ता हमारा है। थैंक यू सो मच।
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Pradeep P. Commissioner from Department of Collegiate and Technical Education, Karnataka. I request him to be kindly on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving this Silver Scotch Award. And to receive this award, we have Mr. Pradeep P. Commissioner from Department of Collegiate and Technical Education, Karnataka. And this is for Karnataka Learning Management System, Karnataka LMS. And now I request Dr. Ramesh Mittal, Director, to join us on the stage. Dr. Ramesh Mittal ji, आपसे निवेदन है आप मंच पर आएं. This is for Chaudhary Charan Singh National Institute of Agriculture Marketing, CCS, NIAM, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, for RKVY Raftar Agri-Business Incubator. And this is Gold Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Ramesh Mittal, Director, is receiving this award. Chaudhary Charan Singh National Institute of Agriculture Marketing, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. May I please call upon stage Dr. Sunil John, Additional Director. I request Dr. Sunil John to kindly join us on the stage. We are now giving away Silver Scotch Award for Collegiate Education Department, Kerala, for Earn While You Learn. This is Silver Award for Dr. Sunil John is receiving this award, Additional Director. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much, gentlemen. We conclude our summit. This is 95th Scotch Summit 2023. We conclude. Thank you so much once again.